The Scholar's Awakening. The first memory Bjorn Eriksson could claim as truly his own was not of his mother's face or his father's voice, but of symbols carved into weathered stone. He was perhaps 4 years old, small enough that his father Eric had to lift him to see the runes etched into the doorframe of their family's longhouse in Ravens Hollow. The marks seemed to dance in the flickering light of the oil lamp, each one holding secrets that called to something deep within the boy's soul. "What do they say, Papa?" young Bjorn had asked, his fingers tracing the ancient lines with the reverence others might reserve for holy relics. Eric Eriksson, still bearing the scars of battles fought in defense of the old ways, had hesitated before answering. It was the year 1015, and King Olaf Tryggvason's conversion campaigns had reached even their remote corner of Norway. Christian missionaries walked the roads with increasing frequency, and the old symbols were becoming dangerous to display, let alone teach. "They tell the story of our family," Eric had finally said, his voice carrying the weight of tradition and the burden of secrecy. "Of your grandfather's grandfather, who sailed with Harold Bluetooth. Of the winter when the wolves came down from the mountains, and only the wise woman's magic saved the village. Of the year the harvest failed, and the gods sent ravens to guide our hunters to game." Even at 4, Bjorn understood that these were not just stories, but something more precious. Memories carved in stone, a way of speaking to the future from the distant past. The realization filled him with a hunger that would shape the rest of his life. The need to understand, to preserve, to ensure that the voices of the ancestors would not be silenced by the changing times. As he grew older, that hunger only intensified. While other boys his age played at being warriors or farmers, Bjorn sought out the old people of the village, the ones who still remembered the time before the cross replaced the hammer. He learned that Ravens Hollow had once been called Hrafnshow, Raven's Hall, named for the sacred birds that had nested in the great oak that stood at the village's heart, until the Christian priest had ordered it cut down. The priest, Father Olaf, was not a cruel man, but he was a thorough one. He had arrived in Ravens Hollow 3 years after Bjorn's birth, carrying the authority of King Olaf and the blessing of the Archbishop of Nidaros. His mission was simple: to complete the conversion of the northern territories, to ensure that every soul in his parish embraced the true faith and abandoned the pagan superstitions that had held them in darkness for so long. But conversion, Bjorn learned, was a more complex process than simply replacing one set of beliefs with another. The old ways had roots that ran deep, intertwined with every aspect of daily life. The farmers still planted by the moon phases their ancestors had followed for centuries. The fishermen still made offerings to ensure safe voyages, though now they called upon St. Nicholas instead of Njörður. The women still sang the ancient songs while spinning and weaving, though the words had been carefully altered to praise Christ instead of Freyja. It was Bjorn's great-aunt Sigrid who first taught him to see these connections, to understand how the old wisdom had adapted and survived beneath the surface of the new faith. Sigrid was his grandfather's sister, a woman who had never married but had served as the village's wise woman until Father Olav's arrival. Officially, she had converted along with everyone else, attending Mass and reciting the proper prayers. Unofficially, she remained the person people sought when they needed healing herbs, advice about difficult births, or guidance through the complex web of relationships that bound the community together. "The gods have not abandoned us," she told Bjorn one winter evening when he was 7, as they sat by her fire while snow howled outside her small cottage. "They have simply learned to wear new faces. Thor's hammer has become Christ's cross, but the strength it represents remains the same. Odin's ravens have become the Holy Spirit's dove, but the wisdom they carry is unchanged. Sigrid's cottage was a treasure house of the old knowledge, though it took a trained eye to recognize it. Christian icons hung on the walls, but they were carved with subtle runic inscriptions that invoked older protections. The herbs that hung from the rafters were those mentioned in the Bible, but they were the same plants that Norse healers had used for generations. The stories she told were from Christian tradition, but they followed the narrative patterns and moral structures of the ancient sagas. It was Sigrid who first taught Bjorn to read the runes, though she was careful to frame the lessons in terms that would not attract unwanted attention. "These are the old letters," she explained, showing him how to carve the symbols into pieces of birch bark. Before the Latin letters came from the south, our people used these to record important things: treaties and laws, genealogies and poems, spells and prayers. "Are they magic?" Bjorn asked, remembering the stories he had heard about runic sorcery. "All writing is magic," Sigrid replied with a smile. "It allows us to speak to people we have never met, to preserve thoughts beyond the span of a single lifetime. The runes are no more magical than Latin letters, but they are ours. They were created by our ancestors to record our language, our thoughts, our way of seeing the world." Under Sigrid's patient tutelage, Bjorn learned not just to read the ancient script, but to understand the worldview it embodied. Each rune was more than a letter. It was a concept, a force, a way of organizing reality. Fehu represented not just the sound "ayah," but the idea of wealth and its responsibilities. Ansus stood for divine communication and the power of words. Raido embodied the concept of journey, both physical and spiritual. As his skill with the runes grew, Bjorn began to see them everywhere in the village, hidden in plain sight. They were carved into the beams of houses, worked into the patterns of textiles, scratched into the handles of tools. Each one was a small act of preservation, a way of keeping the old knowledge alive, even as the official culture moved in a different direction. But it was not just the runes that captured Bjorn's imagination. It was the stories they preserved. Sigrid knew hundreds of tales, from the great myths of the gods to the local legends of Raven's Hollow itself. She told him of the time when Odin had walked the earth as a wanderer, seeking wisdom from any who would share it. She recounted the adventures of Thor, whose strength protected both gods and humans from the forces of chaos. She sang the tragic tale of Baldur's death and the promise of his eventual return. More personally, she shared the history of their own family and village. She told him about his great-grandfather, who had been a skald in the court of Earl Hakon, composing poems that preserved the deeds of heroes and the wisdom of ages. She described the sacred grove that had once stood where the church now sat, where the village had gathered for the great seasonal festivals. She recounted the prophecies of the Volva, the seeresses who had foretold the coming of the White Christ, and the twilight of the old gods. But twilight is not the same as ending, she reminded him. After every night comes a new dawn. The gods knew this when they accepted their fate. They planted seeds of wisdom that would grow again when the time was right. These lessons took place in secret, usually in the evening hours when the rest of the village was gathered around their own fires. Bjorn would slip away from his family's longhouse and make his way through the narrow paths between buildings to Sigrid's cottage, where lamplight glowed warmly through shuttered windows. There, in the space between the official Christian world and the hidden pagan one, he received an education that would shape the rest of his life. The danger of these lessons became clear when Bjorn was 9 years old. Father Olaf had grown suspicious of the old woman's influence, noting that people still sought her counsel despite his repeated sermons about the dangers of superstition. He began watching her cottage, noting who came and went, building a case for formal charges of practicing witchcraft. The crisis came to a head on the eve of the feast of St. Michael, when the priest discovered a group of village women gathered in Sigrid's cottage, learning what he assumed were pagan charms, but were actually traditional healing remedies with Christian prayers substituted for the original incantations. The women were publicly reprimanded and forced to do penance, but Sigrid faced more serious consequences. She will be taken to Nidaros for trial, Eric told his son grimly, after returning from the village assembly where Sigrid's fate had been decided. The bishop will determine whether her actions constitute heresy. Bjorn felt as if the ground had shifted beneath his feet. Sigrid was not just his teacher, but his link to a world of wonder and meaning that gave depth to his existence. Without her, he would be cut off from the stories and wisdom that had become as essential to him as food or air. That night, he made a decision that would echo through the rest of his life. Instead of accepting the loss passively, he would act to preserve what could be saved. While the village slept, he crept to Sigrid's cottage and began gathering the most precious items from her collection. The carved wooden tablets inscribed with runes, the scrolls of bark paper covered with ancient poems, the small stone figurines that represented the old gods in their Christian disguises. Sigrid found him there as dawn was breaking, carefully wrapping the treasures in oiled cloth to protect them from moisture. She was not surprised. She had been expecting this moment, preparing for it in her own way. "You understand what you are taking on," she said, not as a question, but as a statement of fact. "I understand that someone must," Bjorn replied, his young voice carrying a determination that surprised them both. Sigrid nodded and helped him complete the work, adding items she had already prepared for this eventuality. "Hide them well," she advised, "but remember that hiding is not enough. Knowledge that is not shared dies as surely as knowledge that is destroyed. When the time comes, and you will know when that is, you must find others who can help carry the burden." She pressed a small silver pendant into his hand, a piece that looked like a simple Christian cross to casual observation, but revealed itself as a stylized representation of Yggdrasil, the world tree, when examined closely. "This belonged to your great-grandmother," she said. "She was a Volva, a seeress, in the time before the conversion. She foresaw this day when the old knowledge would go underground, and she prophesied that one of her descendants would be the one to bring it back to light." "Me?" Bjorn asked, overwhelmed by the weight of destiny being placed on his young shoulders. "Perhaps," Sigrid said. "Or perhaps you will be the one who prepares the way for another. Prophecies are tricky things. They tell us what will happen, but not always how or when. What matters is that you accept the responsibility to preserve what can be preserved, to remember what must be remembered." The next morning, Father Olav's men came to escort Sigrid to Nidaros. She went quietly, with dignity, carrying nothing but a small bag of personal belongings and a Christian prayer book. But hidden beneath the floorboards of the cottage, Bjorn's family had quietly purchased. A treasure trove of Norse wisdom waited for the day when it would be safe to bring it back to light. Sigrid never returned from Nidaros. Word came back that she had died during the winter. Whether from illness, execution, or simple old age, no one could say for certain. But her death marked a turning point in Bjorn's life. the moment when he truly understood that he was now the keeper of something precious and endangered. In the years that followed, as he grew from boy to young man, Bjorn continued his education in secret. He practiced reading the runes until he could decipher even the most archaic inscriptions. He memorized the stories and poems Sigrid had taught him, adding new ones as he encountered travelers and traders who still remembered fragments of the old lore. He learned the genealogies of the great families, the locations of sacred sites, the meanings of seasonal festivals and traditional crafts. But perhaps most importantly, he learned to see the world through the lens of preservation. Every conversation with an elder was an opportunity to gather knowledge that might otherwise be lost. Every old building or artifact was a potential source of information about the past. Every song or story was a thread in the great tapestry of Norse culture that he was working to preserve. By the time he reached his 16th year, Bjorn had become something unique in Raven's Hollow. A young man who moved easily between the Christian present and the pagan past, who could serve Mass in the morning and read runic inscriptions in the evening, who understood that the survival of his people's heritage depended not on rejecting the new faith, but on finding ways to preserve the old wisdom within it. It was this understanding that would guide him when, 2 years later, he made the discovery in the village temple that would change his life forever. The ancient codex he found there was not just a book, but a key, a way of unlocking the deeper mysteries of his people's past and ensuring their transmission to future generations. But that discovery was still in the future. For now, he was simply a young scholar awakening to his destiny, learning to carry the burden that his great-aunt had passed to him, preparing for a journey that would take him far from the familiar shores of Raven's Hollow to the great centers of learning in the wider world. The seeds of that journey were already planted, growing in the fertile soil of his curiosity and determination. Soon they would sprout, sending him forth as the last keeper of a dying tradition and the first guardian of its rebirth. But for now, he was content to tend them carefully, waiting for the moment when they would be ready to bear fruit. The scholar's awakening was complete. The keeper's journey was about to begin. The weight of silence. Hey guys, tonight we begin with a story that will transport you to a time when the old gods still whispered through the northern winds, when the scratch of a quill on parchment could preserve entire worlds, and when one quiet man discovered that sometimes the greatest journeys begin not with the clash of swords, but with the gentle turning of a page. Picture, if you will, the fjords of Norway in the winter of 1067. The world was changing then, as worlds always do, but perhaps never quite so dramatically as in those final decades of what we now call the Viking Age. Christianity was spreading like morning mist across the northern lands, and with it came new ways of thinking, new ways of living, and, for many, new ways of forgetting. In a small village nestled between towering cliffs and the restless sea, a place the locals called Raven's Hollow, the sound of celebration echoed off the stone walls of wooden halls. The men had returned from their autumn raids, their ships heavy with silver and their hearts light with victory. Ale flowed freely. Stories grew taller with each telling, and the old songs rang out under the star-scattered sky. But in a small room above the village's modest temple, a different kind of music played. It was quieter, more subtle, the soft whisper of vellum against wood, the gentle scratch of a quill finding its rhythm, the almost inaudible sigh of a young man lost in worlds that existed only in carefully preserved words. Bjorn Eriksson sat hunched over his writing desk, His broad shoulders curved protectively around the manuscript before him. At 28, he possessed the build of a warrior. His father had made sure of that. But his hands, long-fingered and ink-stained, told a different story. These were the hands of a scribe, a keeper of words, a man who fought his battles with parchment and memory rather than steel and rage. The candle beside him flickered, casting dancing shadows across the page where he carefully copied the words of an ancient saga. The story told of Ragnar Lothbrok's sons, of their great army that had swept across England like a tide of vengeance. But, as Bjorn wrote, he found himself thinking not of the battles described in such vivid detail, but of the smaller moments, the homesickness that must have gripped these warriors in foreign lands, the letters they might have written home, the stories they told themselves to remember who they were when everything familiar had fallen away behind them. Outside, a particularly loud burst of laughter made him pause. He could hear his father's voice among the others, deep and commanding, no doubt regaling the gathering with the tales of his own exploits. Eric the Iron Hand had earned his name honestly. There were few men in all of Norway who could match him with sword or axe. He was everything a Viking should be. Fierce in battle, generous with his treasure, quick to anger and quicker to forgive. He was also, though he tried to hide it, deeply disappointed in his only son. Bjorn dipped his quill again, watching the ink flow like liquid night onto the pale surface of the vellum. The words he copied were hundreds of years old, passed down through generations of storytellers before finally being committed to writing. How many voices had shaped these tales? How many winter nights had they warmed? How many young hearts had they stirred to dreams of adventure and glory? The irony wasn't lost on him. Here he sat, surrounded by stories of Viking courage and conquest, while downstairs his father's friends celebrated their own very real adventures. Yet Bjorn felt no desire to join them, no pull toward the raiding ships or the promise of foreign gold. His adventures lived in the careful preservation of memory, in the patient work of ensuring that these stories would survive long after the last longship had returned to port. A soft knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. "Come," he called quietly, not looking up from his work. The door creaked open, and Astrid the seer stepped into the warm circle of candlelight. She was ancient. No one in the village could remember a time when she hadn't been old, but her pale blue eyes remained sharp as winter ice. Her white hair, braided with small bones and bits of silver, caught the light as she moved. "Still hiding from your father's celebration?" she asked, her voice carrying the rasp of countless years, but also a warmth that had comforted Bjorn since childhood. "I'm not hiding," Bjorn replied, though they both knew it wasn't entirely true. "I'm working. Someone needs to preserve these stories." Astrid moved closer, her weathered hands trailing along the edge of his desk. She examined the manuscript he was copying, her lips moving silently as she read the familiar words. "The Saga of Ragnar's Sons," she murmured. "I knew a woman once who claimed her grandfather had sailed with Ivar the Boneless. She could recite the entire tale from memory, every battle, every betrayal, every moment of triumph and tragedy." "What happened to her?" Bjorn asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. "She died," Astrid said simply. 30 years ago, maybe more. And with her died all the variations of the story that existed nowhere but in her memory. The small details that made it hers. The personal touches that connected her family to those legendary warriors. That's the thing about oral tradition, young keeper. It lives and breathes and changes with each telling. but it also dies with each death. Bjorn set down his quill and looked at her properly for the first time since she'd entered. There was something different about her tonight, something that made the small hairs on the back of his neck stand up. "Why are you here, Astrid?" She smiled, the expression transforming her lined face into something almost girlish. "Because the gods have been whispering, and I thought you should know what they're saying." "I don't believe in the old gods," Bjorn said automatically, though even as the words left his mouth, he wondered if they were true. "Don't you?" Astrid asked, settling herself on the small stool beside his desk. "Then why do you spend your nights copying their stories? Why do you preserve their wisdom, their warnings, their dreams? Belief isn't just about prayer and sacrifice, young one. Sometimes it's about remembering." Outside, the celebration was growing louder. Someone had begun singing the old war songs, the ones that spoke of Valhalla and valiant deaths. Bjorn could hear his father's voice joining in, strong and sure, carrying the melody that had stirred Viking hearts for generations. "My father thinks I'm weak," Bjorn said quietly. "He thinks I hide behind books because I lack the courage for real battle." "And what do you think?" Bjorn considered the question, his fingers absently tracing the edge of the manuscript. "I think there are different kinds of courage. It takes bravery to sail into unknown waters, yes, but it also takes bravery to sit alone with the voices of the dead, to carry their words forward into a world that's forgetting how to hear them." Astrid nodded slowly. "Your father sees strength in the sword arm, in the shield wall, in the moment of victory. But you see strength in preservation, in continuity, in the long view that stretches beyond any single lifetime. Neither of you is wrong, but neither of you is complete without the other." The old woman reached into the leather pouch at her belt and withdrew something small and dark. She placed it on the desk beside Bjorn's manuscript, a piece of carved stone, no larger than a child's fist, covered in runes so old they seemed to pulse with their own inner light. "What is this?" Bjorn asked, though he didn't dare touch it. "A message," Astrid replied. "From the time before time, when the world was younger, and the barriers between the seen and unseen were thinner. I found it years ago, in a place I probably shouldn't have been looking. I've been waiting for the right moment to share it, for the right person to understand what it means." Bjorn leaned closer, studying the ancient symbols. Some of them he recognized from his studies, runes for journey, for wisdom, for the crossing between worlds. But others were completely foreign, carved in a style that predated anything in his collection of manuscripts. "Can you read it?" he asked. "Some of it," Astrid admitted. "Enough to know that it speaks of a great forgetting, a time when the old ways would be challenged by the new. But also of a keeper, someone who would bridge the gap between what was and what is to come, someone who would carry the true stories forward, not just the words, but the spirit behind them." A chill ran down Bjorn's spine, though the room was warm from the candle's flame. You think this refers to me?" "I think," Astrid said carefully, "that the gods rarely speak in certainties. They deal in possibilities, in paths that might be taken if the right person has the courage to take the first step. What I know for certain is that you have a gift, Bjorn Eriksson. You don't just copy words, you understand them. You don't just preserve stories, you feel them. That's rarer than you might think." Outside, the singing had stopped, replaced by the sound of men beginning to disperse to their homes. Soon, Bjorn knew, his father would climb the stairs to check on him, as he did every night. Eric would stand in the doorway, looking at his son with a mixture of love and bewilderment, trying to understand how a warrior's blood could flow in the veins of someone so seemingly gentle. "What would you have me do?" Bjorn asked. Astrid stood, her joints creaking with the effort. "For now, keep doing what you're doing. Keep preserving, keep remembering, keep listening to the voices that others have forgotten how to hear. But be ready, young keeper. Change is coming. I can feel it in the wind, in the way the ravens circle, in the dreams that visit me in the deep hours of the night. When it arrives, you'll need to choose. Will you be a passive guardian of the past, or an active bridge to the future?" She moved toward the door, then paused. "And Bjorn, don't be so quick to dismiss your father's path. There may come a time when you'll need both the scholar's wisdom and the warrior's courage." After she left, Bjorn sat in the flickering candlelight, staring at the carved stone she'd left behind. The runes seemed to shift and dance in the unsteady light, as if they were trying to tell him something just beyond his understanding. He picked up his quill again, but found he couldn't concentrate on the manuscript before him. Instead, his mind wandered to the stories he'd been copying, to the great journeys and discoveries they described. The Vikings in these tales hadn't set out to become legends. They'd simply followed their curiosity, their courage, their need to see what lay beyond the next horizon. They'd been farmers and traders, poets and warriors, people not so different from himself who had somehow stumbled into greatness through the simple act of refusing to be satisfied with the world as they found it. Maybe Astrid was right. Maybe there were different kinds of courage, different ways of serving the gods and the community. Maybe the quiet work he did here, in this small room above a modest temple, was its own form of adventure. The sound of heavy footsteps on the stairs announced his father's approach. Bjorn quickly slipped the carved stone into his belt pouch and returned his attention to the manuscript. When Eric appeared in the doorway, filling the frame with his broad shoulders and wild hair, Bjorn was once again the dutiful scribe, carefully preserving the words of greater men. "Still at your books, I see," Eric said, though his tone was gentler than usual. "Someone has to remember," Bjorn replied, echoing Astrid's words without quite realizing it. Eric stepped into the room, his weathered face thoughtful in the candlelight. "Aye, I suppose someone does, though I sometimes wonder if you remember too much and live too little. Is there a difference?" Eric considered this, absently fingering the silver arm ring he'd won in his latest raid. "Perhaps not," he said finally. "Perhaps remembering is its own way of living. I worry about you, son. The world is changing. The old ways are fading. I want to know that you'll be able to find your place in whatever comes next." Bjorn looked up at his father, seeing perhaps for the first time the genuine concern behind the criticism. "I'll find my way," he said quietly. "I may not follow the same path you did, but I'll find my way." Eric nodded, seeming satisfied with this answer. "See that you do. And Bjorn, don't stay up too much longer. Even scribes need their sleep." After his father left, Bjorn worked for another hour, finishing the page he'd been copying and beginning the next. But his mind kept returning to Astrid's words, to the carved stone now hidden in his pouch, to the sense that something was shifting in the world around him. Finally, he set down his quill and prepared for bed. As he blew out the candle, plunging the room into darkness, he found himself thinking about the stories he preserved. They were full of men who had answered calls to adventure, who had left the safety of home to seek their fortunes in distant lands. He'd always assumed such calls were meant for other people. for those born with the restless spirit of the sea. But as he lay in his narrow bed, listening to the wind whistle through the eaves of the temple, Bjorn began to wonder if perhaps he'd been listening for the wrong kind of call. Maybe adventure didn't always announce itself with the blast of a war horn or the creak of a longship's hull. Maybe sometimes it came quietly, in the form of an old woman's wisdom and a stone carved with ancient runes. Maybe sometimes the greatest journeys began not with a single step, but with the simple decision to truly hear what the world was trying to tell you. Outside, the wind carried the scent of snow and the distant sound of waves against the rocky shore. Somewhere in the darkness, ravens called to each other in voices that might have been speaking words if only he knew how to listen properly. And in his belt pouch, the carved stone seemed to pulse with a warmth that had nothing to do with the heat of his body. Bjorn closed his eyes and let himself drift toward sleep. But his dreams were filled with images of distant shores and forgotten temples, of libraries filled with books he'd never seen, and voices speaking in languages he didn't recognize but somehow understood. In his dreams, he was no longer the quiet scribe who disappointed his father. He was something else entirely, a bridge between worlds, a keeper of secrets, a man who had finally found the courage to answer when adventure called his name. When he woke the next morning, the carved stone was warm in his hand, and he knew with absolute certainty that his life was about to change in ways he couldn't yet imagine. The only question was whether he would have the courage to embrace that change when it came. The weight of silence, he realized, was sometimes just the pause before the most important words were finally spoken, echoes of the ancestors. The morning after Astrid's visit dawned gray and cold, with the kind of penetrating chill that seemed to seep through stone walls and woolen cloaks alike. Bjorn woke with the carved rune stone still clutched in his palm, its surface now cool and ordinary in the pale light filtering through his small window. For a moment, he wondered if the previous night's conversation had been nothing more than a vivid dream. But the stone's weight in his hand and the lingering scent of Astrid's herb smoke in his room told him otherwise. He dressed quickly, pulling on his warmest tunic and wrapping his father's old cloak around his shoulders. The temple below was empty. It usually was these days, as more and more of the village turned toward the new Christian god. But Bjorn found comfort in the familiar space. The wooden pillars, carved with intertwining serpents and ravens, seemed to hold centuries of whispered prayers and ancient wisdom within their grain. As he moved through his morning routine of organizing manuscripts and preparing his writing materials, Bjorn found his thoughts returning again and again to Astrid's words about the great forgetting. Looking around the temple, he could see evidence of it everywhere. Dust gathered on the altar where offerings to Odin had once been placed. The great horn that had called the community to seasonal celebrations hung silent and unused. Even the stories he so carefully preserved felt somehow distant, like echoes of voices that were growing fainter with each passing year. It was this melancholy that drove him from the temple earlier than usual, seeking the fresh air and open sky that might clear his troubled thoughts. He walked without particular destination, following the winding paths that connected Raven's Hollow's scattered buildings. The village was just beginning to stir, smoke rising from cooking fires, the distant sound of axes splitting wood, the soft lowing of cattle being led to pasture. His wandering eventually brought him to the oldest part of the settlement, where the original temple had stood before the current one was built. Now it was little more than a foundation of weathered stones, overgrown with moss and wild herbs. Most people avoided this place, considering it unlucky or simply irrelevant. But Bjorn had always found peace here, surrounded by the tangible remains of his ancestors' faith. He was sitting on one of the fallen stones, absently turning the rune stone over in his hands, when he noticed something odd. The morning frost had melted everywhere except for a small patch near what had once been the temple's eastern wall. There, the white crystals clung stubbornly to the ground, forming a pattern that looked almost deliberate. Curious, Bjorn approached the spot and knelt to examine it more closely. The frost outlined what appeared to be a rectangular depression in the earth, no larger than a grave, but somehow different in character. As he brushed away the thin layer of soil and fallen leaves, his fingers encountered something hard and smooth. Stone. But not the rough field stone used in the temple's foundation. This was carved granite, polished to a surface so fine it seemed to glow in the weak morning light. With growing excitement, Bjorn began to clear away more of the accumulated debris, revealing the edge of what appeared to be a large stone slab. The work was harder than he'd expected. Years of wind and weather had packed the earth tightly around the stone, and his scholar's hands, more accustomed to quill and parchment than shovel and pick, soon began to blister. But something drove him forward. The same instinct that had led him to preserve the old stories. The same certainty that had made him guard his manuscripts against those who would see them burned as pagan relics. By midday, he had uncovered enough of the slab to make out carved symbols along its edges. Runes, but not the common ones used for everyday writing. These were older, more complex, their meanings lost to all but the most dedicated scholars. Bjorn traced them with trembling fingers, feeling the weight of centuries in their carefully carved lines. I wondered when you would find it. Bjorn spun around to find Astrid watching him from the edge of the ruins, her pale eyes bright with something that might have been amusement or approval. She moved toward him with surprising grace for someone of her age, her staff clicking against the stones. "You knew this was here?" he asked, gesturing to the partially uncovered slab. "I helped hide it," she replied simply. 40 years ago, when the first Christian missionaries came through. Some of us thought it wise to preserve certain things until the time was right to reveal them again. "Ah, what is it?" Instead of answering directly, Astrid produced a small iron tool from her belt, a lever designed for prying stones apart. "Help me with this corner," she said, "but be careful. What lies beneath has been waiting a very long time to see daylight again." Together, they worked to lift the heavy slab. It moved reluctantly, grinding against the stones that supported it, but finally shifted enough to reveal a dark opening beneath. The air that rose from the hidden chamber carried scents that made Bjorn's head spin. Old incense, preserved wood, and something else. Something that reminded him of the deep places of the earth where ancient things slept. Astrid produced a torch from somewhere in her voluminous robes and lit it with flint and steel. The flame revealed a narrow stone stairway descending into darkness. Without hesitation, she began to climb down, leaving Bjorn to follow or be left behind. The chamber below was larger than he'd expected, carved directly from the living rock beneath the temple. The torchlight danced across walls covered in runic inscriptions, some painted, others carved so deeply they seemed to have been made with supernatural tools. But it was the chamber's contents that took Bjorn's breath away. Wooden chests lined the walls, their surfaces carved with protective symbols. Stone tablets stood propped against wooden stands, their faces covered with text in a dozen different scripts. scrolls of vellum and bark filled shelves that had been cut directly from the rock walls. And in the center of it all, on a pedestal of black stone, sat an object that made Bjorn's knees weak with recognition. It was a book, not a collection of loose pages bound with leather thongs, as most manuscripts were, but a true codex with wooden covers wrapped in metal and precious stones. The binding was clearly ancient, worked in a style that predated anything Bjorn had seen in his studies. But it was the symbols on the cover that made his heart race. The same runes that decorated the stone Astrid had given him, arranged in patterns that seemed to shift and change in the flickering torchlight. The Codex of Deepest Memory, Astrid said softly, following his gaze, written by the last of the true skalds, the ones who could speak directly with the gods and the spirits of the ancestors. It contains everything, every story, every song, every piece of wisdom that the old religion considered sacred. It's the heart of what we were before the world changed around us. Bjorn approached the pedestal with reverence, his hands shaking as he reached toward the ancient book. How long has it been here? Since before your grandfather's grandfather was born, Astrid replied, hidden away when it became clear that the new faith would not tolerate the old ways, preserved by those who believed that someday someone would come who could carry its wisdom forward into whatever world awaited. And you think I'm that someone? Astrid moved to one of the wooden chests and began lifting out its contents. Arm rings of silver and gold, carved bone combs, amber beads that glowed like captured sunlight. I think, she said carefully, that the gods rarely give us certainty. They give us opportunities and leave us to decide whether we're brave enough to take them. Bjorn opened the codex with trembling hands. The pages within were made of the finest vellum he'd ever seen, so thin they seemed almost transparent, yet somehow preserved in perfect condition despite their obvious age. The text was written in multiple hands, some in ink so black it seemed to absorb light, others in pigments of red and gold and blue that shimmered like jewels. But it was the content that made him gasp aloud. These weren't just the familiar stories he'd been copying. These were the secret versions, the ones that revealed the hidden meanings behind the myths. Here was the true story of Odin's sacrifice on the world tree, told not as a tale of heroic suffering, but as a precise description of the shamanic practices that allowed mortals to commune with the divine. Here were the real names of the Valkyries, the actual words of power they spoke when choosing the slain. Here were maps of the spirit world, genealogies of gods and giants that went back to the very beginning of time. This is, he began, then found he had no words. Dangerous, Astrid finished for him. Powerful, sacred, all of those things and more. The Christian priests would burn it without hesitation, and probably us along with it. But it's also necessary. Without it, everything we were becomes nothing more than children's stories told around winter fires. Bjorn continued to turn pages, each one revealing new wonders. There were detailed descriptions of rituals he had only heard whispered about, complete with the proper words and gestures. There were prophecies that spoke of the end of the old age and the beginning of something new. There were genealogies that traced the bloodlines of heroes and kings back to the gods themselves. And there, near the middle of the book, was a section that made his blood run cold. It was titled The Last Keeper, and it spoke of a time when the old wisdom would be scattered to the winds, preserved only in fragments and half-remembered songs. But it also spoke of one who would come to gather those fragments together, to carry them across the waters to places where they could take root and grow again. "You've read this," he said, looking up at Astrid. She nodded. "Many times. It's why I've been watching you, waiting to see if you might be the one it describes. The signs are suggestive. Your gift for languages, your ability to see the deeper meanings in the old stories, your restless spirit that your father mistakes for weakness." "My restless spirit?" Bjorn laughed, though there was no humor in it. "I'm the least restless person in Ravenshollow. I spend my days copying manuscripts in a dusty room." "Do you?" Astrid asked. "Or do you spend your days traveling to distant times and places, living the lives of heroes and kings, experiencing adventures that span the breadth of the known world? Just because your body stays in one place doesn't mean your spirit does." Bjorn considered this as he continued to explore the codex. There was truth in what she said. When he worked on the manuscripts, he often felt as though he was actually present at the events they described. He could smell the salt spray on Viking longships, feel the heat of forge fires where legendary swords were made, hear the voices of skalds singing in the great halls of ancient kings. "What would you have me do with this?" he asked finally. Astrid began returning the treasures to their chests, handling each piece with the reverence due to sacred relics. "That's not for me to decide. The codex chooses its own keeper, just as the keeper must choose whether to accept the responsibility. But I will say this, the world is changing faster than ever before. Christian armies march across lands that have known the old gods for 1,000 years. Libraries are burned, temples are torn down, and the people who remember the true stories grow fewer with each passing season." She paused in her work and looked directly at him. If someone doesn't act soon to preserve what can be preserved, to carry the essential wisdom to places where it can survive, then everything our ancestors built, everything they believed, everything they were, will be lost forever. Not just the stories, but the spirit behind them. The understanding that there are other ways to see the world, other ways to live in harmony with the forces that shape our lives. Bjorn closed the codex carefully, his mind reeling with the implications of what he'd discovered. "And if I were to accept this responsibility, what would it mean?" "It would mean leaving Ravenshollow," Astrid said quietly. "It would mean traveling to the places where the old wisdom still has roots. The trading posts along the eastern rivers, the settlements in Iceland and Greenland, the courts of kings who still remember their ancestry. It would mean gathering the scattered fragments of our heritage and weaving them together into something that could survive the coming darkness." "A journey," Bjorn murmured, thinking of all the adventure tales he'd copied over the years. "The greatest journey," Astrid confirmed, "not for gold or glory, but for something far more precious, the preservation of an entire way of understanding the world. It would be dangerous. The Christian authorities would see you as a threat, a keeper of forbidden knowledge. Some of your own people would consider you a relic of a past better forgotten. You would be alone much of the time, carrying a burden that few would understand or appreciate." Bjorn thought of his father, of the disappointment that would surely follow if he announced his intention to leave Ravenshollow on what would appear to be a fool's errand. He thought of his comfortable life, his warm room above the temple, his familiar routines and predictable days. He thought of all the reasons why a sensible person would decline such a dangerous and uncertain quest. Then he thought of the stories he'd been copying, of the heroes who had faced similar choices. None of them had been certain of success. None of them had known what awaited them beyond the horizon, but they had gone anyway, driven by something deeper than logic or comfort, a calling that could not be ignored without losing something essential about themselves. "I need time to think," he said finally. Astrid nodded. "Of course, but don't take too long. The world won't wait for us to make up our minds, and opportunities like this don't come twice in a lifetime." They climbed back up to the surface, replacing the stone slab and carefully covering their tracks. To any casual observer, the ruins would appear exactly as they had that morning. Abandoned, forgotten, irrelevant. But Bjorn now knew better. Beneath the innocent-looking stones lay treasures beyond price, waiting for someone brave enough to claim them. As they walked back toward the village, Astrid spoke quietly about practical matters. The routes that would be safest for travel, the people who might be trusted with dangerous knowledge, the signs to watch for that would indicate whether a particular place was ready to receive the old wisdom or would reject it violently. But Bjorn found himself only half listening. His mind was still in the hidden chamber, still turning the pages of the ancient codex, still processing the magnitude of what he'd discovered. For years, he'd felt like a guardian of dead knowledge, preserving stories that had no relevance to the modern world. Now he realized that what he'd been guarding wasn't dead at all. It was simply sleeping, waiting for the right moment to awaken. That evening, as he sat in his room above the temple, Bjorn found himself unable to concentrate on his usual work. The familiar manuscripts seemed suddenly small and incomplete, mere fragments of a much larger tapestry. He kept thinking about the codex, about the maps and genealogies and secret wisdom it contained. He kept thinking about Astrid's words, about the great forgetting that was sweeping across the northern lands. But most of all, he kept thinking about the section titled The Last Keeper, and the uncomfortable certainty that it was describing him. Outside his window, the first snow of winter began to fall, each flake catching the light from his candle before disappearing into the darkness. It was beautiful and ephemeral, like the old stories he'd spent his life preserving. But unlike the snow, those stories didn't have to melt away with the changing seasons. They could be carried forward, protected, given new life in new places, if someone was brave enough to carry them. Bjorn pulled the carved rune stone from his pouch and held it up to the candlelight. The symbols seemed clearer now, their meaning more obvious. Journey, wisdom, the crossing between worlds. And at the center, a rune he hadn't noticed before, one that meant choice. The weight of silence pressed down on him again, but this time it felt different. Not empty, but full of potential. Not the silence of endings, but the silence that comes just before the most important words are spoken, the most crucial decisions are made, the most necessary journeys begin. Tomorrow he would have to choose. Tonight he would sit with the weight of that choice and try to understand what kind of man he wanted to be. A keeper of the past, or a bridge to the future. The snow continued to fall outside his window, and somewhere in the distance he could hear the sound of ravens calling to each other in the darkness. Their voices seemed to carry words he almost understood, messages from ancestors who had faced similar crossroads and found the courage to step forward into the unknown. By morning, Bjorn knew he would have his answer, echoes of the ancestors. The snow fell steadily through the night, blanketing Raven's Hollow in a silence so complete it seemed to muffle even thought itself. Bjorn sat by his window, watching the flakes dance in the light from his candle, each one unique and perfect in its brief moment of visibility, before joining the growing carpet of white below. He had not slept, could not sleep. The weight of the decision before him pressed against his chest like a physical thing, making each breath deliberate and conscious. In his hands, he held the carved rune stone, its surface now warm from hours of handling, its symbols seeming to pulse with their own inner rhythm. The practical part of his mind, the part that had kept careful records and organized manuscripts for years, tried to catalog all the reasons why accepting Astrid's challenge would be madness. He had no experience with long journeys, no skill with weapons beyond the basic training his father had insisted upon, no knowledge of the wider world beyond what he'd gleaned from ancient texts. He was a scholar, not an adventurer, a keeper of books, not a wandering hero. But another part of his mind, a part that had been growing stronger since his conversation with Astrid, whispered different truths. He spoke 7 languages fluently, and could puzzle out meaning in a dozen more. He understood the old stories not just as entertainment, but as guides to living, repositories of wisdom that had sustained countless generations. He could read signs and symbols that most people couldn't even see, much less interpret. And perhaps most importantly, he felt the pull of something larger than himself, a calling that had nothing to do with comfort or safety, and everything to do with purpose. As the first pale light of dawn began to creep across the snow-covered landscape, Bjorn made his decision. Not with a sudden flash of inspiration or a moment of dramatic revelation, but with the quiet certainty that comes when a person finally stops fighting against their own nature and accepts who they were always meant to be. He would go. He would become the last keeper, the bridge between the old world and whatever was coming next. He would carry the ancient wisdom to places where it could take root and grow, preserving not just the stories, but the spirit that gave them meaning. But first, he had to tell his father. Eric the Iron Hand was already awake when Bjorn found him, sitting by the great hearth in the main hall and staring into the flames with the distant look of a man wrestling with his own thoughts. He looked up as his son approached, and Bjorn was surprised to see something like relief in his weathered features. "Couldn't sleep either?" Eric asked, gesturing for Bjorn to join him on the bench beside the fire. "No," Bjorn admitted, settling beside his father and feeling the heat from the flames warm his face. "Too much to think about." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, watching the fire consume the carefully stacked logs. Outside, the wind had picked up, driving the snow against the windows with a sound like whispered conversations. Finally, Eric spoke. "I've been thinking about what you said last night," he began slowly. "About different kinds of courage, different ways of serving. I may not understand your path, son, but I'm beginning to think that's my failing, not yours." Bjorn turned to look at his father, seeing him perhaps for the first time not as the disappointed warrior who wished for a different kind of son, but as a man trying to bridge the gap between his own experiences and a world that was changing too quickly for comfort. "I have something to tell you," Bjorn said quietly. "Something that will be hard to hear." Eric's expression grew serious, but he nodded for his son to continue. Bjorn told him everything, about Astrid's visit, about the hidden chamber beneath the old temple, about the ancient codex and the role of the last keeper. He spoke of the great forgetting that was sweeping across the northern lands, of the need to preserve the old wisdom before it was lost forever. And finally, he spoke of his decision to accept the responsibility, to leave Raven's Hollow and carry the sacred knowledge to places where it could survive the coming changes. Eric listened without interruption, his face growing more thoughtful with each revelation. When Bjorn finished, the older man was quiet for a long time, staring into the fire as if seeking guidance from the dancing flames. "How long have you known?" Eric asked finally. "About your calling?" "I'm not sure I did know until yesterday," Bjorn replied honestly. "I felt something, a restlessness that I couldn't name, but I thought it was just dissatisfaction with my quiet life, not a summons to something greater. And now? Now I know that all those years of copying manuscripts, of preserving the old stories, were preparation for this. Training for a journey I didn't even know I was meant to take." Eric stood and walked to the window, looking out at the snow-covered village. "Your mother would have understood," he said softly. "She always said you had the sight, the ability to see connections that others missed. I thought it was just a mother's pride, but perhaps she saw something I was too blind to recognize. You're not angry?" Eric turned back to his son, and Bjorn was surprised to see tears in the older man's eyes. "Angry? No, son. Proud, perhaps. Terrified, certainly. But not angry. You're about to undertake the kind of quest that the skalds sing about. The kind of journey that makes men into legends. How could I be angry about that?" "It's not about becoming a legend," Bjorn protested. "It's about preservation, about making sure the old wisdom survives." "Is there a difference?" Eric asked with a sad smile. "The heroes in your stories didn't set out to become legends either. They simply did what needed to be done, followed their calling wherever it led them. The songs came later, when people realized what they had accomplished." Eric returned to the bench and placed a heavy hand on his son's shoulder. "When will you leave?" "Soon," Bjorn replied. "Astrid says the world won't wait for us to make up our minds. And winter travel, while dangerous, has advantages. Fewer people on the roads, less chance of unwanted attention." "Then we have work to do," Eric said, standing with sudden purpose. "If my son is to become a wandering keeper of ancient wisdom, he'll need more than books and good intentions to protect him." The next few days passed in a blur of preparation. Eric threw himself into the task of equipping his son for the journey, with the same intensity he'd once brought to planning raids. From the family's treasure hoard came a mail shirt of finest steel, light enough for travel but strong enough to turn a blade. A sword followed. Not the massive weapon of a berserker, but a well-balanced blade suitable for a scholar who might need to defend himself. Warm cloaks, sturdy boots, a travel pack designed to protect precious cargo from weather and rough handling. But it was Astrid who provided the most crucial preparations. She spent hours with Bjorn in the hidden chamber, teaching him not just how to read the ancient codex, but how to understand its deeper meanings. She showed him the proper rituals for approaching sacred sites, the words of protection that would shield him from hostile spirits, the signs that would identify others who still honored the old ways. "Remember," she said as they carefully wrapped the codex in oiled leather and blessed cloth. "You're not just carrying a book. You're carrying the living memory of our people. Treat it with the reverence due to the gods themselves, and it will protect you as surely as any sword or shield." She also gave him other treasures from the hidden chamber, silver arm rings that would serve as currency in distant lands, amber beads that were prized by traders from the Baltic to the Black Sea, and a small collection of carved bone pieces that she described mysteriously as keys to doors you haven't yet learned to see. On his final night in Raven's Hollow, Bjorn sat once more in his room above the temple, surrounded by the manuscripts he'd spent years copying and preserving. Tomorrow he would leave them behind, trusting that others would continue the work of preservation in his absence. It felt like leaving children, these carefully crafted pages that had been his constant companions for so long. But he was not leaving empty-handed. In addition to the ancient codex, he carried with him something perhaps even more valuable, the knowledge and understanding that years of patient study had given him. He could recite entire sagas from memory, translate between languages that most people didn't even know existed, and read the subtle signs that revealed the deeper meanings behind surface events. A soft knock at his door interrupted his reverie. "Come," he called, expecting to see his father or perhaps Astrid with some final piece of advice. Instead, a young woman entered. Sigrid, the blacksmith's daughter, someone he'd known since childhood but had never paid much attention to. She was pretty in a quiet way, with intelligent eyes and calloused hands that spoke of honest work. In her arms she carried a bundle wrapped in fine cloth. "I heard you were leaving," she said simply, setting the bundle on his desk. "I wanted to give you something for the journey." Bjorn unwrapped the gift carefully, revealing a writing kit of extraordinary craftsmanship. The pens were carved from the finest goose quills. The ink bottles were made of crystal that would protect their contents from freezing, and the portable desk was designed to fold into a compact package that would fit easily in a travel pack. "I can't accept this," he protested. "It's too valuable, too fine for a scholar undertaking the most important journey of his generation?" Sigrid interrupted with a smile. "I think it's exactly fine enough. Besides, I didn't make it for just anyone. I made it for the man who's going to preserve our stories for future generations." "How did you know about your quest?" Sigrid laughed softly. "Bjorn, you may be the most learned man in Raven's Hollow, but you're also the most naive if you think Astrid could keep a secret like this for more than a day. Half the village knows you're leaving, and the other half suspects. The only question is whether you'll succeed in what you're trying to do." She moved closer, her expression growing serious. "I want you to know that not everyone thinks you're foolish for attempting this. Some of us understand what you're trying to preserve and why it matters. The old stories, the old wisdom, they're part of who we are, even if we don't always remember to honor them." "Thank you," Bjorn said quietly, touched by her words and her gift. "I'll treasure this, and I'll think of home every time I use it." "See that you do," Sigrid replied, "and see that you come back to tell us what you've learned. A keeper of stories who doesn't return to share them is just a wanderer with an expensive hobby." After she left, Bjorn spent his final hours in Raven's Hollow writing letters. To his father, to Astrid, to the few others who had shaped his life in this quiet village between the mountains and the sea. He wrote of his gratitude for their guidance, his hopes for what he might accomplish, and his promise to return someday with tales that would make the ancient sagas seem like children's bedtime stories. But mostly, he wrote about the strange sense of rightness that had settled over him since making his decision. For the first time in his life, he felt as though he was moving in harmony with forces larger than himself, following a path that had been laid out for him long before his birth. It was frightening and exhilarating and humbling all at once. The feeling, he imagined, that the heroes in his stories must have experienced when they first heard the call to adventure. As dawn approached, Bjorn packed his few remaining possessions and prepared to leave the only home he'd ever known. The ancient codex went into a special compartment in his pack, surrounded by protective charms and wrapped in the finest materials Astrid could provide. His writing materials, both old and new, found places alongside warm clothes and travel provisions. The carved rune stone that had started it all went into a pouch at his belt, where he could touch it whenever he needed to remember why he was undertaking this journey. Eric was waiting for him in the main hall, fully armed and equipped for travel. "I'm coming with you," he announced before Bjorn could speak. "At least for the first part of the journey. A scholar traveling alone will attract the wrong kind of attention, but a warrior and his son on a trading expedition will pass unremarked." "Father, you don't have to." "Yes, I do," Eric interrupted firmly. "I've spent too many years not understanding what you were trying to accomplish. I won't spend the rest of my life wondering if I could have helped you succeed." They left Raven's Hollow as the sun was rising, painting the snow-covered landscape in shades of gold and rose. Bjorn looked back once at the village that had shaped him, at the temple where he'd spent so many quiet hours, at the ruins where he'd discovered his true calling. Then he turned his face toward the unknown horizon and took the first step of what would become the greatest journey of his life. Behind them, Astrid stood in the doorway of her small house, watching until they disappeared around a bend in the path. In her weathered hands, she held a piece of carved bone, one of the keys she'd mentioned to Bjorn. She whispered a few words in the old tongue, a blessing and a protection, then smiled as she felt the ancient powers stir in response. The last keeper had begun his journey. The old gods were watching, and the future, whatever it might hold, was finally in motion. The snow continued to fall, covering their tracks almost as quickly as they made them, as if the land itself was helping to hide their passage from unfriendly eyes. And in the growing light of the winter morning, two figures, one young and one old, one carrying books and one carrying steel, walked steadily eastward toward whatever destiny awaited them beyond the familiar boundaries of home. The echoes of the ancestors followed them, whispered blessings on the wind, ancient voices offering guidance and protection to the one who had accepted the burden of carrying their wisdom forward into an uncertain future. And somewhere in the distance, ravens circled overhead, their calls sounding almost like words of encouragement to those who knew how to listen properly. The journey of the last keeper had begun. The Merchant's Tale. Magnus Thorson had not intended to become a merchant of memories, but life has a way of shaping us according to needs we never knew existed. Born in the trading town of Hedeby, at the crossroads where the Baltic met the North Sea, he had grown up surrounded by the constant flow of goods and ideas that made the great port one of the most cosmopolitan places in the Norse world. Ships arrived daily from Iceland and Greenland, from the Rus territories along the great rivers, from the Byzantine Empire and the Muslim lands beyond. Each brought not just silver and amber, furs and ivory, but stories and songs, beliefs and knowledge from the far corners of the known world. His father, Thorvald the Red, had been a conventional merchant, dealing in the solid commodities that formed the backbone of northern trade: iron from the Swedish mines, walrus tusks from the Arctic seas, slaves captured in raids along the Slavic coasts. These were the goods that built fortunes and established reputations. Thorvald had done well for himself, accumulating enough wealth to own 3 ships and a substantial compound in Hedeby's merchant quarter. But Magnus had always been drawn to the intangible treasures that arrived with the physical cargo. While his father examined the quality of furs or tested the purity of silver, young Magnus would seek out the sailors and traders, listening to their tales of distant lands and strange customs. He learned that the amber his father sold was called Tears of the Sun by the Byzantine Greeks, who believed it held the power to ward off evil spirits. He discovered that the runes carved into sword hilts were not just decoration, but protective spells that varied from region to region. He found that the same stories his grandmother told were known in Iceland and Ireland, though with different names and local variations. It was this fascination with the stories behind the goods that first led Magnus away from his father's business model. While still in his teens, he began collecting not just valuable objects, but the knowledge that gave them meaning. A carved bone comb became interesting not just for its craftsmanship, but for the story of the woman who had owned it, the techniques used to make it, the cultural significance of the symbols decorating its surface. The turning point came when Magnus was 22, during a trading voyage to Novgorod that would change his understanding of what it meant to preserve the past. The expedition was routine. A convoy of 3 ships carrying amber, furs, and iron goods to trade for Byzantine silk, Arab silver, and exotic spices from the east. But a storm in the Baltic forced them to take shelter in a small harbor on the Estonian coast, where they encountered something that would reshape Magnus's entire worldview. The harbor served a monastery that had been established by Irish monks decades earlier, part of the great wave of Christian missionary activity that was transforming Northern Europe. But these monks were different from the stern converters Magnus had encountered elsewhere. Led by an abbot named Brendan, they had developed a unique approach to their mission. Instead of destroying pagan culture, they sought to understand and preserve it, believing that all wisdom ultimately came from God and could be used in service of the faith. Brother Brendan was a scholar as well as a missionary, fluent in Latin and Greek, but also conversant in the local languages and traditions. His monastery's library contained not just Christian texts, but carefully copied versions of local folklore, genealogies, and traditional knowledge. The monks served as scribes for the surrounding communities, recording legal documents, family histories, and even pagan poems that they believed contained moral and historical value. We are not here to erase the past, Brother Brendan explained to Magnus during the 3 days their convoy sheltered in the harbor. We are here to help it find its proper place in God's plan. These people have wisdom that goes back centuries, knowledge of healing and agriculture, stories that teach important lessons about courage and honor. To destroy all of that would be to impoverish the world. Magnus spent hours in the monastery's scriptorium, watching the monks at work. They copied texts with the same care whether they were transcribing the Gospels or recording a local legend about a hero who had defeated a dragon. Each manuscript was a treasure, preserved for future generations, who might otherwise never know the stories of their ancestors. But how do you decide what is worth preserving? Magnus asked. How do you separate the valuable from the merely curious? That is the great question, Brother Brendan admitted. We try to preserve anything that teaches us about the human condition, anything that helps us understand how people have struggled to make sense of their world. A pagan myth about the creation of the world may not be literally true, but it tells us something important about how these people understand their relationship to the divine. A genealogy may seem like mere names, but it preserves the memory of real people who lived and loved and died, who contributed something to the great chain of human existence. The conversation planted a seed in Magnus's mind that would grow over the following years. When the convoy finally reached Novgorod, he found himself looking at the great trading city with new eyes. Here was a place where Norse, Slavic, Byzantine, and Arab cultures met and mingled. where ideas and traditions cross-pollinated in ways that created entirely new forms of knowledge and art. He began to see his role as a merchant differently. Instead of simply moving goods from one place to another, he could serve as a conduit for the preservation and transmission of cultural knowledge. The networks he had already established for trade could be adapted to serve the cause of preservation. The trust he had built with customers and suppliers could be leveraged to gain access to private collections and family archives. Over the next 5 years, Magnus gradually transformed his business model. He still dealt in conventional trade goods. A merchant had to make a living, after all. But he increasingly specialized in what he came to think of as cultural commodities: rare manuscripts, carved artifacts, genealogical records, collections of traditional songs and stories. These became his stock in trade, items that were valuable not just for their material worth, but for the knowledge they preserved. The work was more challenging than conventional trading. Cultural artifacts were often unique, irreplaceable items that required careful handling and specialized knowledge to evaluate properly. Their owners were frequently reluctant to sell, viewing them as family treasures or community patrimony rather than commercial goods. And the market for such items was limited, consisting mainly of wealthy collectors, scholarly institutions, and the occasional ruler who wanted to demonstrate his cultural sophistication. But Magnus found the work deeply satisfying in ways that conventional trading had never been. Each successful transaction was not just a business deal, but a small victory in the great battle against cultural oblivion. Every manuscript he saved from decay, every artifact he rescued from neglect, every story he helped preserve was a thread in the great tapestry of human memory. His reputation in this specialized field grew slowly but steadily. Scholars began to seek him out, knowing that he could locate rare texts or unusual artifacts that were unavailable through conventional channels. Wealthy collectors competed for his services, understanding that his network of contacts and his expertise in cultural matters made him uniquely valuable. Even rulers began to take notice, recognizing that a merchant who dealt in knowledge could be useful for purposes beyond simple commerce. It was through this network that Magnus first learned of the growing crisis facing Norse culture in particular. The conversion to Christianity was accelerating throughout Scandinavia, and with it came increasing pressure to abandon or destroy the artifacts and traditions of the pagan past. Temples were being torn down, sacred groves cut, religious artifacts melted down for their precious metals. More subtly, but perhaps more dangerously, the oral traditions that preserved the stories and wisdom of the ancestors were being forgotten as the older generation died, and the younger one embraced new beliefs. Magnus began to focus his efforts specifically on Norse preservation, using his merchant network to locate and acquire endangered materials before they could be lost forever. He established relationships with sympathetic collectors in Constantinople, Kiev, and other cosmopolitan centers where Norse artifacts were valued for their historical and artistic merit rather than condemned for their religious associations. But individual preservation efforts, however well-intentioned, had their limitations. What was needed was a more systematic approach, a coordinated network that could identify, acquire, and preserve endangered materials on a larger scale. The problem was finding someone with the knowledge, dedication, and vision to organize such an effort. The answer came in the form of rumors about a young scholar in a remote Norwegian village who had made an extraordinary discovery. The stories were vague and contradictory. Some said he had found a treasure trove of ancient manuscripts. Others claimed he had uncovered a secret temple filled with pagan artifacts. but all agreed that he possessed knowledge and materials of exceptional importance, and that he was seeking ways to preserve them for future generations. Magnus's interest was piqued not just by the potential value of whatever the young man had found, but by the description of his character and motivations. Here, it seemed, was someone who understood the importance of preservation, who was willing to take risks to protect endangered knowledge, who might have the vision and dedication necessary to organize the kind of systematic preservation effort that Magnus had been dreaming of. The decision to seek out this mysterious scholar was not made lightly. It would require Magnus to travel to a remote and potentially dangerous part of Norway, to approach a stranger who might be suspicious of outside interest in his discoveries, to propose a collaboration that could benefit both their goals but also expose both to significant risks. But the potential rewards were too great to ignore. If the rumors were true, if this young scholar really had found something of extraordinary importance, if he was indeed the kind of person who could be trusted with the great work of cultural preservation, then the journey would be worth any risk. Magnus spent weeks planning the expedition, using his network of contacts to gather information about conditions in the target region, identifying the safest routes and the most reliable guides. He selected his cargo carefully, choosing items that would be valuable enough to justify the journey commercially, but also interesting enough to serve as conversation starters with a scholarly audience. The journey itself was arduous, involving weeks of travel through increasingly remote and primitive territory. But Magnus was sustained by the hope that at its end he would find not just another customer, but a true collaborator. Someone who shared his vision of preserving the cultural heritage of the Norse people for future generations. When he finally reached Raven's Hollow and encountered the young man called Bjorn Eriksson, Magnus knew immediately that his instincts had been correct. Here was a scholar of exceptional ability and dedication, someone who understood both the value of what he had found and the magnitude of the challenge facing anyone who sought to preserve it. More importantly, here was someone who possessed the rare combination of idealism and practicality necessary to turn dreams of preservation into concrete reality. The partnership that began in that remote Norwegian village would grow over the years into something neither man could have imagined at the outset. A network spanning the known world, dedicated to the preservation and transmission of Norse cultural heritage. Magnus would provide the practical knowledge and commercial connections necessary to make the vision work, while Bjorn would supply the scholarly expertise and moral authority to guide its development. But that partnership was still in its infancy when Magnus first arrived in Raven's Hollow. For now, he was simply a merchant following rumors and intuition, hoping to find something valuable in a remote corner of the world. What he found instead was a collaborator, a friend, and a shared mission that would define the rest of his life. The merchant's tale was becoming something larger, the story of how practical necessity and scholarly idealism could combine to create something greater than either could achieve alone. The preservation of Norse culture would require both the merchant's network and the scholar's knowledge, both the trader's pragmatism and the keeper's dedication. Together, they would weave a web of preservation that would span continents and centuries, ensuring that the wisdom of the ancestors would not be lost in the great transformation that was reshaping the northern world. The merchant's tale was becoming the keeper's tale, and both were becoming part of something even larger, the eternal human story of memory and hope, tradition and change. The endless effort to preserve what is precious while building something new and better for the generations yet to come. Hers. The Merchant's Tale. 3 weeks into their journey, Bjorn and his father had settled into the rhythm of winter travel. The early rising in the bitter cold, the careful rationing of food and fuel, the constant vigilance required to avoid both human dangers and the more subtle threats of weather and terrain. They had left the familiar fjords of western Norway behind and were now following the ancient trade routes that led eastward toward the great rivers of Russia, where Viking merchants had been carrying goods and stories for generations. The morning that would change everything began like any other. They broke their camp beside a frozen stream, sharing a breakfast of dried fish and hard bread, while their breath formed clouds in the crystalline air. Eric studied the sky with the practiced eye of a man who had learned to read weather signs during countless sea voyages, while Bjorn consulted the maps and route descriptions he'd copied from various sources over the years. "Snow coming," Eric announced, shouldering his pack. "We'll need to find shelter before nightfall." Bjorn nodded, tucking his maps back into their oiled leather case. The landscape around them was beautiful but unforgiving. Rolling hills covered in pristine snow, dark forests of pine and spruce, and the occasional glimpse of distant mountains that seemed to scrape the belly of the gray sky. It was the kind of country that could kill the unprepared without malice or warning, simply by being itself. They had been walking for perhaps 2 hours when they saw the smoke. It rose in a thin, steady column from somewhere ahead, too controlled to be a wildfire, too substantial to be a simple cooking fire. Eric's hand moved instinctively to his sword hilt, while Bjorn felt for the reassuring weight of the ancient codex in his pack. In these remote regions, smoke could mean many things. A farmstead, a charcoal burner's camp, a group of fellow travelers, or something far more dangerous. "Careful approach," Eric murmured, and Bjorn nodded his understanding. They crested a low hill and found themselves looking down into a small valley where a remarkable sight awaited them. A large tent had been erected beside the frozen stream, its colorful fabric bright against the white landscape. Around it, a dozen horses stood hobbled and blanketed, their breath steaming in the cold air. But most remarkable of all were the goods spread out on carpets and wooden platforms around the tent. Silk fabrics that gleamed like captured sunlight, silver vessels that reflected the pale sky, carved ivory pieces that seemed to glow with their own inner light. It was a merchant's camp, but unlike any Bjorn had ever imagined. The wealth displayed here represented trade routes that spanned continents, connections that linked the fjords of Norway to the markets of Constantinople and beyond. "Magnus the far-traveled," Eric said quietly, recognition in his voice. "I've heard of him, but never thought to meet him in person." As if summoned by his words, a figure emerged from the tent, a man of middle years with the kind of weathered face that spoke of countless journeys and the keen eyes of someone who had learned to judge character quickly and accurately. He was dressed in furs and fine wool, with silver arm rings that marked him as a man of substance. But there was something about his bearing that suggested he had earned his wealth through wit and courage rather than inheritance. "Travelers," the merchant called out in accented Norse, his voice carrying clearly across the snow. "Come, warm yourselves by my fire. The road is long and cold, and company is always welcome." Eric and Bjorn exchanged glances. The invitation could be genuine hospitality, a trap, or something in between. But the alternative was to continue traveling in worsening weather, with no guarantee of finding other shelter. And Magnus the far-traveled had a reputation for honesty in his dealings, if not always for complete truthfulness in his stories. They approached the camp cautiously. hands visible but ready to reach for weapons if necessary. But Magnus greeted them with genuine warmth, ushering them toward a fire that burned in a carefully constructed stone circle beside his tent. "Eric Ironhand," the merchant said with a slight bow. "Your reputation precedes you even to these remote places, and this must be your son, the one they call the Scholar of Raven's Hollow." Bjorn was surprised to be recognized, but Magnus laughed at his expression. "News travels faster than men in the trading world, young keeper. Word of your scholarly pursuits has reached ears in places you've never heard of." They settled around the fire, accepting cups of mulled wine that warmed them from the inside out. Magnus proved to be everything his reputation suggested: a consummate storyteller with a gift for making even mundane commercial transactions sound like epic adventures. But as the afternoon wore on and the promised snow began to fall, Bjorn began to sense that there was more to this chance encounter than simple hospitality. "You're traveling eastward," Magnus observed, refilling their cups from a silver pitcher. "Unusual time of year for such a journey, unless the business is urgent." "Trade opportunities wait for no man," Eric replied carefully. "My son has particular interests that might find better markets in the eastern cities." Magnus nodded as if this explanation made perfect sense, but his eyes lingered on Bjorn with an intensity that suggested deeper understanding. "Ah, yes, the eastern cities. Constantinople, Kiev, Novgorod. Places where a man with the right knowledge can find buyers for almost anything, including things that might be less appreciated in more conventional markets." The emphasis he placed on certain words made it clear that he understood exactly what kind of trade goods they might be carrying. Bjorn felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. If Magnus knew about the ancient codex, who else might know? And what did that mean for the success of their mission? As if reading his thoughts, Magnus leaned forward and spoke in a lower voice. "You needn't worry about my discretion, young scholar. In my line of work, one learns quickly that some knowledge is more valuable when kept private. Besides, I have my own reasons for hoping that certain traditions survive the changes sweeping across our lands." He stood and moved to one of his treasure-laden carpets, returning with an object that made Bjorn's heart race. It was a book, not as ancient as the codex he carried, but clearly old and valuable. The binding was worked leather decorated with silver wire, and the pages visible at the edges were made of the finest vellum. "The Chronicle of Gardar the Wise," Magnus explained, settling back beside the fire. "Written 2 centuries ago by a skald who traveled from Iceland to the Caspian Sea, recording every story, every song, every piece of wisdom he encountered along the way. One of perhaps a dozen copies that still exist, and the only one that includes his notes on the secret meanings behind the public tales." Bjorn reached out to touch the book, then stopped himself. "Why are you showing me this?" "Because," Magnus said quietly, "I think we may be engaged in similar work, you and I. I preserve knowledge by carrying it to places where it can find new homes, new protectors. You preserve it by other means. But our goals are the same: to ensure that the wisdom of our ancestors doesn't disappear entirely in the rush toward this new Christian age." He opened the chronicle to a page covered in runic script, the letters dancing in the firelight. Gardar wrote here about something he called the Great Scattering, a time when the old knowledge would be dispersed across the world, hidden in unlikely places, preserved by people who might not even fully understand what they were protecting. He believed it was necessary, a way of ensuring that no single disaster could destroy everything at once. "And you think that time has come?" Bjorn asked. "I think," Magnus replied carefully, "that it began some time ago. The question now is whether there are enough people willing to participate in the preservation to make the scattering successful." As the snow continued to fall outside, Magnus began to tell them stories that weren't found in any of the manuscripts Bjorn had studied. Tales of Viking traders who had carried more than goods along the eastern rivers, who had served as bridges between cultures, translators not just of languages, but of entire ways of understanding the world. Stories of settlements far from Scandinavia, where Norse traditions had taken root and flourished, adapting to new environments while maintaining their essential character. "In Kiev," he said, his voice taking on the rhythmic cadence of a born storyteller, "there are families who still trace their lineage back to the first Viking princes, who still honor the old gods in private ceremonies while publicly embracing the new faith. In Novgorod, there are libraries where Norse sagas are copied alongside Greek philosophy and Arab mathematics, creating new forms of wisdom that our ancestors never imagined." But it was his description of Constantinople that truly captured Bjorn's imagination. The great city at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, where the Byzantine emperor employed Viking warriors in his personal guard, where scholars from a dozen different traditions worked side by side in the imperial library, where knowledge flowed like water finding its own level. The Varangian Guard, Magnus explained, are more than just mercenaries. They're cultural ambassadors, carrying Norse traditions into the heart of the Eastern Empire while bringing back new ideas to their homeland. Some of them have become scholars in their own right, studying Byzantine texts and Islamic philosophy alongside the traditional warrior arts. "You've been there?" Eric asked. "To Constantinople?" Magnus smiled. "Many times. It's a city that changes a man, makes him see the world differently. The Vikings who serve there aren't the same as the ones who raid the coasts of England or Ireland. They've learned to see themselves as part of something larger, a great web of connections that spans the known world." As the evening deepened and the fire burned lower, Magnus began to speak of more immediate concerns. Christian armies were indeed moving across Scandinavia, he confirmed, but their approach was more subtle than Bjorn had feared. Rather than simply destroying the old traditions, they were absorbing them, transforming them, making them part of a new synthesis that might preserve more than it destroyed. "The danger," he said seriously, "isn't that everything will be lost. It's that everything will be changed beyond recognition, that the essential spirit of the old ways will be diluted until it becomes meaningless. That's why what you're doing matters so much, young keeper. You're not just preserving stories. You're preserving the understanding that makes those stories meaningful." When they finally prepared for sleep, Magnus made an offer that took them both by surprise. "Travel with me," he said simply. "I'm bound for Kiev, then south to Constantinople. The routes I follow are safer than the paths you'd take alone, and I can introduce you to people who share your interests, scholars and collectors who would value what you have to offer." Eric looked at his son, leaving the decision to him. Bjorn considered the offer carefully. Traveling with Magnus would certainly be safer and more comfortable than continuing on their own. But it would also mean revealing more about their mission, trusting their precious cargo to someone they'd known for less than a day. "What would you ask in return?" Bjorn asked finally. "Stories," Magnus replied without hesitation. "I trade in many things, but information is often the most valuable commodity of all." I'd like to hear what you've learned in your studies, what insights you've gained that might be useful to others engaged in similar work." It was a fair exchange, and one that would actually advance their mission rather than compromise it. Bjorn nodded his agreement, and they settled the details quickly. They would travel together as far as Kiev, sharing expenses and protection while maintaining their separate identities and goals. That night, as Bjorn lay in his bedroll beside the dying fire, he reflected on the strange turns his journey had already taken. 3 weeks ago, he had been a quiet scholar in a remote village, copying manuscripts and dreaming of adventures he would never experience. Now he was traveling with one of the most famous merchants in the northern world, carrying treasures that kings would kill for, bound for cities he had only read about in ancient texts. But perhaps most remarkably, he was beginning to understand that his mission was not as unique as he had thought. There were others, merchants like Magnus, scholars in distant libraries, even warriors serving foreign emperors, who were engaged in their own forms of preservation, their own efforts to bridge the gap between the old world and the new. The thought was both humbling and encouraging. Humbling because it reminded him that he was just one small part of a much larger pattern. One thread in a tapestry being woven by countless hands. Encouraging because it suggested that the old wisdom had more protectors than he had dared to hope. That the great scattering Gardar had written about was already underway. As sleep finally claimed him, Bjorn dreamed of libraries filled with books he'd never seen, of scholars speaking in languages he didn't recognize but somehow understood, of connections stretching across continents like invisible threads, binding all knowledge into a single, vast web of understanding. In his dreams, he was no longer the last keeper, desperately trying to preserve a dying tradition. He was the first connector, helping to weave something new and wonderful from the scattered fragments of ancient wisdom. The snow continued to fall through the night, but inside Magnus's well-appointed tent, 3 men slept warm and secure, dreaming of the journeys that awaited them and the knowledge they would share along the way. And somewhere in the darkness, the ancient powers that watched over such endeavors smiled their approval, knowing that the work of preservation and transformation was in capable hands. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities, new connections in the great web of understanding that was slowly taking shape across the northern world. But tonight, it was enough to rest beside a warm fire, surrounded by the tools of trade and scholarship, preparing for whatever adventures the dawn might bring. The merchant's tale had become part of their story, and their story had become part of something much larger than any of them had imagined when they first set out on their separate journeys toward an uncertain but promising future. Chong Moi 3. The Warrior's Burden. Erik Erikson had killed his first man at the age of 16, and the weight of that death had shaped every day of the 40 years that followed. It was not guilt that burdened him. The killing had been necessary, justified, part of a battle fought to defend his village against raiders who would have shown no mercy to the innocent. But it was the moment when he truly understood what it meant to take responsibility for something larger than himself, to accept that some things were worth fighting for, even at the cost of blood and life. The battle had taken place in the autumn of 995, when young Erik was still learning the warrior's craft under his father's guidance. A band of Danish raiders had landed on the coast near Raven's Hollow, seeking easy plunder from what they assumed was a defenseless farming community. They had not expected to encounter organized resistance, let alone a group of seasoned fighters led by Gunnar Eriksson, Erik's father and the village's acknowledged war leader. The fight was brief but brutal. decided more by surprise and determination than by superior numbers or equipment. Eric remembered the moment when a Danish warrior, barely older than himself, had broken through their shield wall and charged directly at him. Axe raised and battle cry echoing across the field. There had been no time for thought, only instinct and training. Eric's spear had found its mark before the Dane's axe could fall, and suddenly, a young man who had awakened that morning in full health and vigor was lying still in the churned mud of the battlefield. "You did what you had to do," his father had said afterward, as they stood over the bodies of the fallen raiders. "But never forget that each of these men was someone's son, someone's brother, someone's father. We fight to protect what we love, not because we love to fight." It was a lesson that would guide Eric throughout his career as a warrior, shaping his understanding of when violence was justified and when it was merely destructive. Over the following decades, he would fight in dozens of battles, from small skirmishes with rival villages to major campaigns in service of various jarls and kings. But he never lost sight of the fundamental truth his father had taught him, that the warrior's highest calling was not to destroy, but to protect, not to conquer, but to preserve. This philosophy served him well during the turbulent years that followed King Olaf Tryggvason's conversion to Christianity and his subsequent campaigns to impose the new faith throughout Norway. Eric found himself caught between conflicting loyalties: his respect for the traditional ways that had shaped his ancestors, and his recognition that the political winds were shifting in favor of the Christian kings. The crisis came to a head in 1000, when Olaf demanded that all his subjects accept baptism or face exile or death. Many of the old warrior families chose to resist, viewing the ultimatum as an attack on everything they held sacred. They gathered their forces and prepared for what they knew would likely be their final battle. A last stand in defense of the gods and traditions that had sustained their people for countless generations. Eric, now 31 and recognized as one of the finest warriors in his region, faced an agonizing choice. His heart was with the resistors. He had been raised in the old faith, had sworn oaths to the gods, had built his entire identity around the warrior code that Christianity seemed to reject. But his mind told him that resistance was futile, that the old ways were doomed regardless of how many good men died defending them. The decision was made for him when he learned that the resistance leaders planned to use Raven's Hollow as a staging ground for their campaign. The village would be turned into a fortress, its people conscripted as soldiers or support staff, its resources devoted entirely to the war effort. And when the inevitable defeat came, the royal forces would show no mercy to a community that had harbored rebels. Eric could not allow his family and neighbors to be destroyed for the sake of a cause that was already lost. On the night before the resistance forces were scheduled to arrive, he made a choice that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He rode alone to the royal camp and offered his services to King Olaf, providing intelligence about the rebels' plans in exchange for a guarantee that Raven's Hollow would be spared reprisals. The betrayal, for that was how he thought of it, regardless of his motives, was successful in its immediate goal. The resistance was crushed before it could properly organize, and Raven's Hollow was indeed spared the destruction that befell other communities that had supported the old faith. But the cost to Eric's soul was enormous. He had saved his village by abandoning his comrades, preserved his family by betraying his beliefs. King Olaf, recognizing both Eric's military skills and his conflicted loyalties, offered him a position in the royal guard with the understanding that his service would be a form of penance for his past associations with the old faith. Eric accepted, knowing that he had little choice but also hoping that he might find some way to serve both his king and his conscience. The years that followed were among the most difficult of Eric's life. He served faithfully in Olaf's campaigns, using his warrior skills to impose the new faith on communities that often resisted with the same desperation he had once felt. He watched as temples were destroyed, sacred groves cut down, ancient artifacts melted down or burned. Each act of destruction felt like a small death, a piece of his own identity being erased along with the physical remnants of the old religion. But gradually, Eric began to understand that the situation was more complex than it had initially appeared. King Olaf, despite his reputation as a fierce converter, was actually more pragmatic than fanatical in his approach to religious transformation. He understood that lasting change required more than mere force. It required finding ways to incorporate the best elements of the old culture into the new religious framework. This understanding led to Eric's involvement in what would become his most important contribution to the preservation of Norse culture. The king tasked him with identifying and protecting artifacts and traditions that could be safely preserved within a Christian context. Sacred objects were reinterpreted as historical curiosities. Pagan poems were preserved as examples of ancient literary skill. Traditional crafts were maintained as expressions of cultural identity rather than religious devotion. It was delicate work, requiring Eric to walk a fine line between preservation and apostasy. He had to convince Christian authorities that certain pagan elements were harmless cultural traditions rather than dangerous religious practices, while simultaneously ensuring that the essential knowledge and skills were not lost in the process of reinterpretation. The work brought Eric into contact with scholars and clerics who shared his interest in cultural preservation, including several who would later become part of the network that his son Bjorn would help establish. He learned that the challenge of preserving endangered traditions was not unique to Norway. Throughout Europe, the spread of Christianity was creating similar tensions between old and new, tradition and innovation. But perhaps most importantly, Eric's work helped him understand that the warrior's code he had lived by could be adapted to serve new purposes. The same courage and determination that had made him an effective fighter could be channeled into the work of cultural preservation. The same loyalty and honor that had bound him to his comrades in battle could be redirected toward protecting the memory and wisdom of his ancestors. This realization came to full fruition when Eric's son Bjorn began showing signs of the same scholarly inclinations that had once marked the village's wise men and women. Eric recognized in his son a different kind of warrior, one who would fight with knowledge rather than swords, who would preserve rather than destroy, who would build bridges between past and future rather than burning them. The discovery of the ancient codex in Raven's Hollow's temple was the moment when Eric fully understood his new role. His son had found something of extraordinary value, but preserving and protecting it would require all the skills that Eric had developed during his years as a warrior and cultural guardian. The physical dangers of transporting precious manuscripts through hostile territory were obvious, but the political and religious challenges were even more complex. Eric's decision to accompany Bjorn on his journey to Constantinople was not made lightly. He was no longer a young man, and the rigors of long-distance travel would be considerable. But he understood that his son would need more than scholarly knowledge to succeed in his mission. He would need practical wisdom, political connections, and the kind of protective instincts that only experience could provide. The journey itself proved to be everything Eric had expected and more. The physical challenges were significant. Weeks of travel through difficult terrain, dangerous river crossings, encounters with bandits and hostile officials. But the greater challenge was navigating the complex political and religious landscape they encountered along the way. At each stop, Eric found himself drawing on skills he had developed during his years of service to King Olaf. He knew how to approach local authorities, how to present their mission in terms that would minimize suspicion and maximize cooperation. He understood the importance of maintaining proper documentation, of showing appropriate respect for religious sensibilities, of building relationships that could prove valuable in future dealings. But perhaps most importantly, Eric served as a living bridge between the world his son was trying to preserve and the world they were entering. His own experience of cultural transformation, his understanding of how traditions could adapt and survive, his knowledge of the political realities that shaped religious policy, all of these proved invaluable as they worked to establish the network that would become Bjorn's life work. The transformation of Eric from warrior to guardian was completed during their time in Constantinople, where he witnessed firsthand how different cultures could coexist and enrich each other. The great city was a living example of successful synthesis, where Greek and Roman traditions had merged with Christian theology, where scholars from across the known world gathered to share knowledge and debate ideas. In the libraries and scriptoriums of Constantinople, Eric found his final calling. Here was work that required the same dedication and courage he had once brought to the battlefield, but channeled toward creation rather than destruction. The scribes and scholars who labored to copy and preserve manuscripts were engaged in their own form of warfare, a battle against time and ignorance, fought with ink and parchment rather than sword and shield. Eric's military experience proved surprisingly relevant to this new battlefield. The same organizational skills that had made him an effective war leader served him well in coordinating the complex logistics of manuscript preservation. The same attention to detail that had kept him alive in combat helped him identify and solve problems in the preservation process. The same loyalty that had bound him to his comrades now tied him to the community of scholars and keepers who shared his mission. But it was the relationship with his son that gave Eric's new role its deepest meaning. Watching Bjorn grow from a curious young scholar into a master of cultural preservation, Eric understood that he had found a way to reconcile all the contradictions of his life. The warrior's strength could serve the scholar's wisdom. The guardian's vigilance could protect the keeper's treasures. The father's love could ensure the son's success. In his later years, as the network expanded and flourished, Eric often reflected on the strange path that had brought him from the battlefields of Norway to the libraries of Constantinople. The young warrior who had killed his first man in defense of his village had become an old guardian who preserved the memory of countless men and women whose names might otherwise have been forgotten. The burden he had carried, the weight of violence, the guilt of betrayal, the sorrow of cultural loss, had been transformed into something positive and creative. The same sense of responsibility that had driven him to make difficult choices in wartime now motivated him to make sacrifices for the cause of preservation. The same courage that had enabled him to face death in battle now sustained him through the slower but no less demanding work of cultural guardianship. When Eric finally laid down his sword for the last time, it was not in defeat but in victory. He had found a way to serve his people that transcended the immediate needs of any single battle or campaign. The warrior's burden had become the guardian's privilege, and both had contributed to something larger and more lasting than either could have achieved alone. The old ways had not died. They had been transformed, preserved, given new life in new contexts. The gods might wear different faces, The stories might be told in different words, but the essential wisdom and strength of his ancestors lived on. And his son, trained in both the warrior's courage and the scholar's knowledge, would ensure that the transformation continued, that the flame of memory would never be extinguished. Eric's tale was not just the story of one man's journey from violence to preservation, but a parable of cultural survival itself. Sometimes the greatest battles are fought not with weapons but with wisdom, not for territory but for memory, not against enemies but against oblivion. The warrior's burden had become the keeper's gift, and both had served the eternal human need to remember, to preserve, to pass on what is precious to those who come after. In the end, Eric understood that he had been a warrior all along, just fighting a different kind of war, for a different kind of victory, with different kinds of weapons. The battlefield had changed, but the cause remained the same, protecting what mattered most, ensuring that the best of the past would survive to enrich the future, standing guard over the treasures of human memory and imagination. The warrior's burden had been lifted, transformed into the guardian's joy, and the work would continue, carried forward by new hands, sustained by new hearts, but always guided by the same fundamental truth that had shaped Eric's entire life. Some things are worth fighting for, worth dying for, worth living for. The preservation of human culture and wisdom was one of those things, and Eric had found his peace in serving that cause. Shadows on the fjord. The journey with Magnus proved to be everything the merchant had promised and more. For 2 weeks, they traveled eastward through landscapes that seemed to exist outside of time. Ancient forests where the trees grew so thick that noon felt like twilight. Frozen rivers that served as highways through otherwise impassable terrain. And settlements so remote that their inhabitants spoke dialects of Norse that had changed little since the days of the first kings. Magnus proved to be an invaluable guide, not just to the physical roads, but to the subtle currents of politics and belief that flowed beneath the surface of every community they encountered. He had an uncanny ability to sense which villages would welcome travelers and which might view strangers with suspicion, which local leaders could be trusted, and which were best avoided entirely. But it was his knowledge of the changing religious landscape that proved most valuable to Bjorn's mission. As they sat around their evening fires, Magnus would speak of the delicate dance taking place across Scandinavia, the way Christian missionaries were adapting their message to incorporate elements of the old beliefs, the way Norse traditions were finding new expressions within the framework of the new faith, the way some communities were managing to honor both sets of gods without feeling they were betraying either. The key, Magnus explained one evening as they camped beside a stone circle that had been ancient when the first Vikings learned to build ships, is understanding that most people don't want to abandon everything they've always known. They want to add to it, to find ways of incorporating new wisdom without losing the old. The missionaries who succeed are the ones who recognize this, who build bridges instead of demanding that all the old bridges be burned. He, Bjorn, found himself thinking of these words 3 days later, when they crested a hill and saw the smoke of a substantial settlement rising in the distance. According to Magnus's maps, this should be Silverbrook, a trading town that sat at the confluence of 2 rivers and served as a gathering point for merchants traveling between the Baltic and the Eastern kingdoms. But as they drew closer, it became clear that something unusual was happening. The town was larger than expected, with temporary structures and camps extending well beyond the permanent buildings. Banners flew from improvised poles, and the sound of many voices carried on the cold air. Not the orderly bustle of a market town, but something more chaotic and urgent. A gathering, Magnus murmured, his experienced eye taking in the scene. Religious, by the look of it. See those crosses on the banners? And the way the camps are organized around that central area. Someone's holding a conversion ceremony. Eric's hand moved instinctively to his sword hilt. Dangerous? Potentially, Magnus replied. Depends on who's leading it, and how they're conducting themselves. Some of these Christian missionaries are reasonable men who understand the value of patience and persuasion. Others. He shrugged eloquently. As they approached the outskirts of the expanded settlement, they were met by a group of armed men wearing the simple brown robes of Christian monks over their mail shirts. Their leader, a tall man with the weathered face of a warrior and the intense eyes of a true believer, stepped forward to greet them. "Travelers," he said in heavily accented Norse, "you are welcome to witness the great work being done here. I am Brother Ansgar, servant of Christ and his holy church. We are bringing the light of the true faith to these northern lands, offering salvation to all who would accept it." Magnus responded with the practiced diplomacy of a man who had learned to navigate delicate situations in a dozen different kingdoms. "We are humble merchants, brother, seeking only to conduct our business and continue our journey. We mean no interference with your holy work." Brother Ansgar studied them with eyes that seemed to see more than they revealed. His gaze lingered on Bjorn, taking in the young man's scholarly appearance and the carefully protected pack that never left his side. "A merchant and his son, you say? And what manner of goods do you trade in, if I may ask?" "Knowledge," Magnus replied smoothly. "Books, maps, scholarly works. There are always buyers for such things in the eastern cities." "Indeed there are," Ansgar agreed, but his tone had grown cooler. "Though one must be careful about the nature of the knowledge being traded. Some books contain wisdom that leads men toward salvation, while others—" He let the implication hang in the air. The tension was broken by the arrival of another figure, a young monk who approached with obvious excitement. "Brother Ansgar," he called out in Latin, apparently not realizing that Magnus understood the language perfectly. "The local chieftain has agreed to be baptized. The entire village will follow his example." Ansgar's stern expression softened into something approaching joy. "Praise be to God," he replied, also in Latin. "How many souls will this bring to Christ?" "Nearly 200, brother. And word is spreading to the neighboring settlements. We may have 500 converts before the week is done." As the young monk hurried away to continue his preparations, Ansgar turned back to the travelers with renewed warmth. "You see how the Lord blesses our work," he said. "These people have lived in darkness for generations, worshiping false gods and following heathen customs. But now they will know the truth that sets men free." Bjorn felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. 200 souls, an entire community, about to abandon the traditions that had sustained their ancestors for countless generations. He thought of the ancient codex in his path, of the wisdom it contained, of the stories and songs and rituals that would be lost if this pattern continued across all of Scandinavia. But Magnus, ever the diplomat, simply nodded politely. "A great work indeed, brother. We would be honored to witness such a momentous occasion if our presence would not be unwelcome." "All are welcome to see the power of Christ," Ansgar replied. "But I trust you understand that this is a sacred ceremony, not a marketplace for alternative philosophies." The warning was clear enough. They were welcome to watch, but any attempt to interfere or offer competing ideas would not be tolerated. Magnus assured the monk of their discretion, and they were directed to an area where other travelers had made camp. As they set up their own modest shelter, Bjorn found himself studying the faces of the local people who moved through the expanded settlement. Some showed the excitement of genuine conversion, the joy of people who had found something they'd been searching for without knowing it. But others looked uncertain, even troubled, as if they were being asked to abandon something precious without being offered anything of equal value in return. That evening, as they sat around their small fire, Magnus spoke quietly about what they had observed. "This brother Ansgar is one of the reasonable ones," he said. "I've heard of him. He actually studies the local customs before he tries to replace them, looks for ways to incorporate what he can into the new framework. But even the reasonable ones are still demanding that people choose between the old ways and the new. And if they choose the old ways," Bjorn asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer, "then they become enemies of the church," Eric said grimly. "Pagans to be converted or eliminated, depending on how much resistance they offer." As if summoned by their conversation, a figure approached their fire. An elderly woman with the kind of weathered face that spoke of decades spent in close communion with the natural world. She moved with the careful dignity of someone who had once held authority, but now found herself in a world that no longer valued what she had to offer. "May I join you?" she asked in the formal Norse of someone who had learned the language from the old sagas rather than everyday conversation. Magnus gestured for her to sit, offering her a cup of the mulled wine that had become their evening ritual. She accepted it gratefully, wrapping her gnarled hands around the warm vessel. "You are not from here," she observed, studying their faces in the firelight. "Travelers," Magnus confirmed. "Merchants bound for the eastern cities. And you?" "I am Ragnhild the Wise," she replied, using a title that immediately marked her as one of the old seeresses, the women who had served as bridges between the human and divine worlds in the time before the Christian priests arrived. "I have served the people of Silverbrook for 40 years, helping them understand the will of the gods, the meaning of dreams, the proper times for planting and harvesting and celebrating." "And now?" Bjorn asked gently. Ragnhild's smile was sad, but not bitter. "Now they are told that my wisdom comes from demons, that my gods are false, that everything I have taught them is a lie that will damn their souls to eternal torment." She sipped her wine thoughtfully. "Some believe this, others do not, but all are afraid to be seen speaking with me, lest they be marked as enemies of the new faith." The three men sat in uncomfortable silence, recognizing the tragedy being played out before them. Here was a repository of ancient knowledge, a living link to traditions that stretched back to the very beginnings of Norse civilization, being cast aside like a broken tool that had outlived its usefulness. "What will you do?" Magnus asked. "I will do what I have always done," Ragnhild replied with quiet dignity. "I will serve my people as best I can, for as long as they will let me. And when they no longer need what I have to offer, I will go to my ancestors, knowing that I kept faith with the old ways until the end." She turned to look directly at Bjorn, her pale eyes seeming to see straight through to his soul. "But you, young keeper, you have a different path to walk, don't you? You carry something precious, something that must not be allowed to die with the last of the old believers." Bjorn felt his heart skip a beat. How could she know? He and Magnus had been so careful to maintain their cover, to present themselves as simple merchants with nothing more valuable than trade goods and commercial information. Ragnhild seemed to read his thoughts. "The gods speak to those who know how to listen," she said simply, "and they have been whispering your name for weeks now, young one. They say you carry the memories of our people, that you have accepted the burden of preserving what others would let die." She reached into her robes and withdrew a small object, a piece of carved antler decorated with symbols that seemed to shift and flow in the flickering firelight. "This belonged to my teacher, and her teacher before her, going back 7 generations to the time when the first seeresses learned to speak with the spirits. It is a key of sorts, a tool for opening doors that most people cannot even see." "I can't accept," Bjorn began, but Ragnhild cut him off with a gesture. "You can and you will," she said firmly, "because you understand what it represents, and because you have the courage to carry it to places where it can do some good. I am old, young keeper. My time is ending, but yours is just beginning, and the work you do will echo through generations yet unborn." She stood to leave, then paused. A word of warning, though. Brother Ansgar is a good man, as these Christian priests go, but he is still a priest. If he discovers what you truly carry, he will see it as his duty to destroy it, regardless of the cost. Be careful whom you trust, and remember that sometimes the greatest wisdom lies in knowing when to remain silent. After she disappeared into the darkness, the 3 men sat staring into their fire, each lost in his own thoughts. The carved antler piece lay on the ground between them, its symbols seeming to pulse with their own inner light. "She's right about Ansgar," Magnus said finally. "I've dealt with his type before, reasonable men who genuinely believe they're saving souls, but who will not hesitate to destroy anything they see as an obstacle to that salvation." "Then we leave," Eric said simply. "Tonight, before the ceremony tomorrow. No need to take unnecessary risks." But Bjorn found himself thinking about the faces he'd seen that afternoon. The uncertainty, the fear, the sense of people being asked to abandon everything familiar without being offered anything truly meaningful in return. "What if there's another way?" he asked quietly. "What do you mean?" Magnus asked. Bjorn picked up the carved antler piece, feeling its weight in his hands. "Ragnhild said that some of the people don't really want to abandon the old ways, that they're just afraid of being marked as enemies of the church. What if someone could show them that there's a middle path, a way of honoring both the old wisdom and the new faith?" Eric looked alarmed. "Son, you're not thinking of interfering with a Christian ceremony, are you? That would be suicide." "Not interfering," Bjorn said carefully. "Just offering an alternative perspective. Showing people that they don't have to choose between their ancestors' wisdom and their children's future." Magnus studied the young scholar with new interest. "You're talking about something very dangerous," he said, "but also potentially very important. If you could demonstrate that the old knowledge and the new faith can coexist, it might change how this whole conversion process unfolds. Or it might get us all killed," Eric pointed out grimly. They talked long into the night, weighing the risks and possibilities. By morning, they had reached a decision that satisfied none of them completely, but seemed to offer the best chance of advancing their mission while minimizing the dangers. They would stay for the ceremony, presenting themselves as interested observers rather than participants. If an opportunity arose to speak with some of the local people privately, to share some of the wisdom Bjorn carried in a way that didn't directly challenge the Christian message, they would take it. But they would not openly confront Brother Ansgar or attempt to disrupt the proceedings. The baptism ceremony began at dawn, with the entire population of Silverbrook and the surrounding area gathering beside the river. Brother Ansgar had chosen his location well. The flowing water provided the necessary element for the Christian ritual, but the site was also one that had been sacred to the old gods, a place where the local people had come for generations to seek blessings and guidance. As Bjorn watched the proceedings, he was struck by how skillfully Ansgar had woven elements of the old traditions into the new ceremony. The timing coincided with a traditional festival day. The prayers included references to concepts that would be familiar to Norse believers, and even the physical gestures echoed movements from older rituals. But something was still missing. The sense of connection to the land, to the ancestors, to the great cycles of life and death and renewal that had given the old religion its power. The people going through the motions of conversion looked like actors playing roles they didn't fully understand, reciting words in a language that wasn't quite their own. It was during a break in the ceremony, as people gathered in small groups to share food and discuss what they had witnessed, that Bjorn saw his opportunity. A group of younger men had separated themselves from the main crowd and were speaking in low, troubled voices about what the conversion would mean for their lives. "My grandfather's sword," one of them was saying. "It's been blessed by the old gods, carries runes that have protected our family for 5 generations. Brother Ansgar says I have to melt it down, that keeping it would be a sin against Christ." And the harvest rituals, another added. The ceremonies that ensure good crops, that honor the spirits of the land, all forbidden now. We're supposed to trust that Christian prayers will be enough to feed our families. Bjorn approached them carefully, introducing himself as a traveling scholar with an interest in the old stories. To his surprise, they welcomed him eagerly, hungry for someone who might understand their dilemma. "Tell me about your grandfather's sword," he said to the first young man. "What runes does it carry?" The man, who introduced himself as Thorvald, described the weapon in detail. The symbols carved into the blade, the rituals that had been performed when it was made, the battles it had seen, the way it had been passed down through the generations as both weapon and sacred trust. "Those runes," Bjorn said thoughtfully, "they're not just decorations. They're a form of prayer, a way of asking for protection and strength in battle. The Christians have similar concepts. They bless their weapons. They pray for victory. They believe that God watches over righteous warriors." "But Brother Ansgar says the runes are demonic," Thorvald protested. "Brother Ansgar sees demons where others might see different expressions of the same divine truth." Bjorn replied carefully. "The desire to protect one's family, to fight with honor, to remember the courage of one's ancestors. These are not evil things. They're human things, sacred things, regardless of what symbols are used to express them." He spent the next hour speaking with the group, sharing stories and insights that helped them see connections between their ancestral wisdom and the new faith they were being asked to embrace. He spoke of Christian saints who bore remarkable similarities to Norse heroes, of biblical stories that echoed themes from the old sagas, of ways that the essential truths of both traditions might be preserved and honored. But their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of Brother Ansgar himself, accompanied by 2 of his armed monks. The priest's face was stern, his eyes cold with suspicion. "I understand you've been sharing stories with our new converts," he said to Bjorn. "Stories about the old gods, the old ways. This troubles me, young scholar. These people have just committed themselves to Christ. They don't need confusion about the path they've chosen. I was simply helping them understand that their commitment to Christ doesn't require them to forget their ancestors, Bjorn replied carefully. That there are ways of honoring both the new faith and the old wisdom. There is only one way, Ansgar said firmly, the way of Christ. Everything else is deception, temptation, the work of Satan seeking to lead souls astray. I will not permit you to spread such poison among my flock. The confrontation might have escalated, but Magnus appeared at Bjorn's shoulder, his merchant's smile firmly in place. Brother Ansgar, he said smoothly, surely there's no harm in scholarly discussion. My young companion here is simply sharing his knowledge of history and literature. Surely the Church doesn't oppose learning. I oppose false learning, Ansgar replied. Learning that leads men away from truth rather than toward it. And I will not tolerate interference with the sacred work being done here. The message was clear. They were no longer welcome, and any further attempts to share alternative perspectives would be met with force. Magnus bowed politely and led Bjorn away, but not before the young scholar had a chance to see the faces of the men he'd been speaking with. They looked confused, disappointed, as if something precious had been offered to them, and then snatched away before they could fully grasp it. That evening, as they prepared to leave Silverbrook, Ragnhild appeared at their camp one final time. She looked older than she had the night before, as if the day's events had aged her beyond her years. You tried, she said to Bjorn. That matters, even if it didn't succeed. Those young men will remember what you told them, and someday, when they're ready, they may find ways to honor both their ancestors and their new god. It wasn't enough, Bjorn said, frustration evident in his voice. I had the knowledge, the understanding that could have helped them, but I couldn't find a way to share it safely. That's the burden of the keeper, Ragnhild replied sadly, to carry wisdom that the world isn't always ready to receive. But don't despair, young one. Every seed you plant, every connection you make, every moment of understanding you create, these things matter, even when you can't see their immediate effects. She pressed something into his hand, a small scroll wrapped in oiled leather. The names and locations of others like me, she explained. Keepers of the old wisdom who might be able to help you, or who might need the help you can provide. Use it wisely. As they left Silverbrook the next morning, Bjorn found himself looking back at the settlement with mixed emotions. They had witnessed something historic, the conversion of an entire community from one faith to another, the kind of moment that would be recorded in chronicles and remembered for generations. But they had also witnessed something tragic, the severing of connections that had sustained these people for centuries, the loss of wisdom that had been earned through countless generations of experience. The shadows on the fjord were growing longer, he realized. The old world was fading, and the new one was not yet fully formed. In the space between them, people were struggling to find their way, to understand what they should hold on to and what they should let go. His mission had taken on new urgency. It wasn't enough to simply preserve the old knowledge for future scholars to study. He needed to find ways of making it relevant, of showing people how ancient wisdom could enrich rather than threaten their new beliefs. He needed to become not just a keeper of the past, but a bridge to the future. As they traveled eastward through the winter landscape, Bjorn began to formulate a new understanding of his role. He was not the last keeper, desperately trying to preserve a dying tradition. He was the first translator, learning to speak the old truths in new languages, to find common ground between competing visions of the divine. The shadows were growing longer, yes, But shadows also meant that somewhere light was still shining. His job was to carry that light forward, to keep it burning until the world was ready to see by its illumination once again. Behind them, in Silverbrook, the newly converted Christians went about their daily lives, trying to understand what their commitment to Christ would mean for their future. Some would succeed in finding peace with their choice. Others would struggle with the sense that something essential had been lost. But a few, the ones who had listened most carefully to the young scholar's words, would begin to look for ways of honoring both their new faith and their ancestral wisdom. They would become bridges themselves, carrying forward the work that Bjorn had begun in those few precious hours beside the river. The shadows on the fjord were growing longer, but they were not yet complete. And as long as there were people willing to stand in the space between light and darkness, between old and new, between what was and what might yet be, there was still hope for a future that honored the best of both worlds. The Keeper's Burden. The death came quietly, as deaths often do in winter. Bjorn woke to find Magnus shaking him gently, the merchant's weathered face grave in the pale light of dawn. They had been traveling for 5 days since leaving Silverbrook, following ancient paths through forests that seemed to exist outside of time, camping each night in the shelter of stone circles and abandoned settlements that spoke of older, forgotten peoples. "It's Ragnhild," Magnus said simply. "She followed us from Silverbrook. I found her beside the stream, peaceful as if she were sleeping. But she's gone." Bjorn felt the words hit him like a physical blow. The old seeress had seemed frail when they had last spoken, but he hadn't realized how close she was to the end of her journey. He rose quickly, pulling on his cloak against the bitter morning air, and followed Magnus to where the old woman lay beside the frozen water. She looked smaller in death somehow, as if the spirit that had animated her weathered frame had been larger than the body that contained it. But her face was serene, and clutched in her stiffened fingers was a leather pouch that Bjorn recognized, the one she had carried her divination tools in, the bones and stones and carved pieces that had helped her read the will of the gods for 4 decades. "She left this for you," Magnus said, gently prying the pouch from Ragnhild's grasp. "And this." He handed Bjorn a piece of bark covered in runic script, the letters carved with the careful precision of someone who knew they might be writing their final words. Bjorn read the message with growing amazement. It was not a farewell, but a set of instructions. Directions to a place Ragnhild called the Heart of Memory, a hidden sanctuary where the most precious artifacts of the old religion had been gathered and preserved. She had been its guardian for 20 years, she wrote, but now that responsibility must pass to someone younger, someone with the knowledge and courage to carry the burden forward. She knew, Bjorn whispered, looking down at the peaceful face of the dead seeress. She knew she was dying, knew she had found her successor. That's why she followed us. Eric, who had been gathering wood for their morning fire, approached with his arms full of dry branches. He took in the scene with the practical eye of a man who had seen death many times, then began the preparations for what would need to be done. "We'll need to honor her properly," he said. "She was a woman of power, deserving of the old rites." They spent the morning preparing Ragnhild's body according to the ancient customs, wrapping her in her own cloak and surrounding her with the tools of her calling. Magnus contributed silver coins for her eyes and a fine knife for her belt, while Eric carved protective runes into the stones they would use to mark her grave. But it was Bjorn who spoke the words that would send her spirit on its way. drawing on his knowledge of the old funeral songs to give her the farewell she deserved. As the sun reached its zenith, they laid her to rest beside the stream where she had chosen to end her journey. The ground was frozen too hard for a proper grave, so they built a cairn of stones around her, each one placed with reverence and care. When it was finished, Bjorn sang the Song of Passing, his voice carrying across the winter landscape like a prayer made audible. She chose her place well, Magnus observed as they stood beside the completed cairn. Beside running water, under the open sky, with the forest to shelter her and the mountains to guard her rest. The old gods will know where to find her. But even as they honored Ragnhild's passing, Bjorn felt the weight of new responsibility settling on his shoulders. The leather pouch she had left him contained more than divination tools. It held maps and keys, passwords and symbols, everything he would need to find and claim the sanctuary she had guarded. The heart of memory was waiting, and with it, treasures that would make even the ancient codex in his pack seem like a single note in a vast symphony. They followed Ragnhild's directions eastward, leaving the established trade routes for paths that seemed to exist more in memory than in physical reality. The landscape grew wilder, more ancient, as if they were traveling backward through time toward the very roots of the northern world. Ancient stone monuments appeared at regular intervals, some carved with runes so old their meanings had been forgotten, others decorated with symbols that predated writing entirely. On the third day after Ragnhild's death, they found what they were looking for. The Heart of Memory was not a building in any conventional sense. It was a natural cave system that had been enlarged and modified over centuries, its chambers carved from the living rock of a mountain that stood like a sentinel over the surrounding valleys. The entrance was hidden behind a waterfall that had frozen into a curtain of ice, its location marked only by symbols that would be meaningless to anyone who didn't carry the proper keys. Using the tools Ragnhild had left him, Bjorn opened the ancient locks and led his companions into a darkness that seemed to pulse with accumulated power. Their torches revealed wonders that took his breath away. Chambers filled with artifacts from every period of Norse history. Libraries containing scrolls and codices that scholars had thought lost forever. Workshops where the greatest craftsmen of the old religion had created objects of beauty and power. But it was the central chamber that truly overwhelmed him. Here, arranged on stone pedestals like an exhibition in some divine museum, were the crown jewels of Norse civilization. Thor's hammer Mjolnir, not the mythical weapon of the god, but the ceremonial replica that had been carried by the high priests of his cult. Odin's spear, Gungnir, its shaft carved with runes that seemed to move in the torchlight. The golden apples of Idun, preserved by arts that made them seem as fresh as if they had just been picked. By all the gods, Eric breathed, his warrior's eye taking in treasures that kings would have died to possess. How long has this place existed? Centuries, Bjorn replied, reading from inscriptions carved into the chamber walls. Maybe longer. It was created as a repository, a place where the most sacred objects of our people could be preserved against the day when they would be needed again. Magnus moved among the treasures with the careful eye of a man who understood value in all its forms. This collection is worth more than the treasures of entire kingdoms, he said quietly, but its real value isn't in gold or silver. It's in what these objects represent: the continuity of belief, the preservation of identity, the refusal to let the past simply disappear. As they explored the sanctuary, Bjorn began to understand the true scope of what Ragnhild had entrusted to him. This was not just a collection of artifacts. It was a complete archive of Norse civilization, containing everything from the most sacred religious objects to the most mundane tools of daily life. There were weapons and jewelry, books and scrolls, carved stones and painted wood, musical instruments and ceremonial vessels. But perhaps most importantly, there were the records. Detailed accounts of rituals and ceremonies, genealogies that traced the bloodlines of heroes and kings, maps that showed the locations of sacred sites across the northern world, and chronicles that preserved the true history of the Norse people from their earliest migrations to the present day. "This is what I was meant to find," Bjorn said, his voice filled with awe. "Not just the codex I've been carrying, but this entire repository. This is the real treasure, the complete memory of our people." "And now it's your responsibility," Magnus pointed out. "The question is, what will you do with it?" It was a question that haunted Bjorn as they spent the next several days exploring the sanctuary and cataloging its contents. The sheer scope of the collection was overwhelming. There was enough material here to keep a team of scholars busy for decades. But he was just one man, with limited time and resources, facing a world that was changing too rapidly to wait for leisurely academic study. The answer came to him gradually as he worked his way through the various chambers and began to understand the organizing principles behind the collection. The ancient keepers had not simply gathered everything they could find. They had been selective, choosing items that represented the essential spirit of Norse civilization, rather than trying to preserve every detail of daily life. The weapons were not just any weapons, but those that had been carried by legendary heroes or blessed by the gods themselves. The books were not just any books, but those that contained the deepest wisdom and the most important stories. The ritual objects were not just any objects, but those that had been used in the most sacred ceremonies, that carried the accumulated power of centuries of worship and reverence. They were doing what I am trying to do, Bjorn realized. Not preserving everything, but preserving the essence. The things that would allow future generations to understand who we were and what we believed, even if they couldn't recreate our civilization exactly as it was. This understanding led to a new plan, one that was both more ambitious and more practical than his original mission. Instead of simply carrying the ancient codex to distant libraries where it might be studied by scholars, he would create a network of smaller repositories, each containing a carefully selected portion of the heart of memory's treasures. These would be established in places where Norse culture still had roots: Iceland, the Faroe Islands, the settlements along the eastern rivers, even the Varangian communities in Constantinople. Each repository would be entrusted to local guardians, people who understood the value of what they were protecting and who had the knowledge necessary to interpret it for future generations. The network would be connected by codes and symbols, allowing the guardians to communicate with each other and coordinate their efforts to preserve and transmit the ancient wisdom. "You're talking about creating a secret society," Magnus observed when Bjorn explained his plan. A hidden network of knowledge keepers working to preserve Norse culture from within the new Christian civilization. "Not secret," Bjorn corrected. "Discreet. We won't hide what we're doing, but we won't advertise it either. We'll work within the new system, finding ways to make the old wisdom relevant and valuable to people who are trying to build new lives in a changing world." Eric, who had been listening to their discussion while examining a collection of ancient weapons, looked up with the expression of pride that his son had never seen before. "You've found your calling. he said simply. Not just as a keeper of books, but as a leader of men. This is the kind of work that changes the world. But even as they refined the details of the plan, Bjorn was aware of the enormous challenges that lay ahead. Creating the network would require years of travel, careful negotiation with local leaders, and the constant risk of discovery by Christian authorities who would see their work as a threat to the new order. The treasures would have to be transported in secret, often across dangerous terrain and hostile territory. And always, there would be the burden of choosing what to preserve and what to leave behind, knowing that every decision might determine whether some aspect of Norse culture survived or disappeared forever. The weight of this responsibility was almost crushing. Bjorn found himself lying awake at night, staring at the carved ceiling of the sanctuary, and wondering if he was truly capable of carrying such a burden. He was still young, still inexperienced in the ways of the world beyond his scholarly pursuits. What right did he have to make decisions that would affect the cultural heritage of an entire people? It was during one of these sleepless nights that he found himself in the sanctuary's library, reading by torchlight from a collection of texts that dealt with the philosophy of preservation. One passage, written by a scholar whose name had been lost to time, seemed to speak directly to his doubts. The keeper does not choose his burden. The burden chooses him. It comes not to those who seek power or glory, but to those who understand that some things are more important than personal comfort or safety. The keeper serves not himself, but the unborn generations who will inherit what he preserves or suffer from what he allows to be lost. The work is never finished, never perfect. There will always be more to save than can be saved, more to understand than can be understood. But this is not cause for despair. It is cause for humility. The keeper does what he can with the time and resources available to him, trusting that others will continue the work when his part is done. Above all, the keeper must remember that he is not preserving objects or words, but the spirit that gives them meaning. A sword is just metal until it carries the memory of the hero who wielded it. A story is just words until it awakens the understanding that connects past and future. A ritual is just gesture until it opens the heart to truths that transcend time. Reading these words, Bjorn felt some of his anxiety ease. He was not being asked to save everything, to be perfect in his choices, to single-handedly preserve an entire civilization. He was being asked to do his part, to carry forward what he could, to trust that others would add their own contributions to the great work of preservation. The next morning, he began the practical work of preparing for departure. The sanctuary's treasures were divided into carefully planned collections, each designed to serve as the foundation for one of the regional repositories he envisioned. The most precious items, including the ancient codex and several of the legendary artifacts, would travel with him to the eastern cities, where they could be placed in the care of established scholars and institutions. Other collections would be cached in secure locations along their route, to be retrieved later when the network was ready to receive them. Magnus proved invaluable in this process, his merchant's knowledge of trade routes and local politics helping to identify the safest paths and the most reliable contacts. Eric contributed his warrior's expertise in concealment and protection, devising ways to hide the treasures in ordinary-looking trade goods and to defend them if discovery became unavoidable. But it was the memory of Ragnhild that guided Bjorn's most important decisions. The old seeress had understood something that he was only beginning to grasp, that preservation was not just about keeping old things safe, but about making them relevant to new generations. The treasures in the heart of memory were not museum pieces to be admired from a distance, but living tools that could still serve their original purposes if placed in the right hands. As they prepared to leave the sanctuary, Bjorn performed one final ritual, a ceremony of dedication that formally accepted his role as the new keeper of the Heart of Memory. Using words from the ancient texts and gestures learned from Ragnhild's teachings, he pledged himself to the work of preservation and asked for the blessing of the old gods on the journey ahead. The ceremony was simple, conducted in the central chamber with only his father and Magnus as witnesses. But as he spoke the ancient words, Bjorn felt something shift inside him, a sense of connection to all the keepers who had come before, a feeling of being part of something much larger than himself. When it was finished, they sealed the sanctuary and began their journey eastward, carrying with them treasures beyond price and a mission that would reshape their understanding of what it meant to be guardians of the past. The Heart of Memory would wait, protected by its ancient defenses and hidden location, until the day when its remaining treasures could be safely retrieved and distributed. But its most important treasure, the knowledge and understanding that had been accumulated over centuries, now traveled with them, carried in the mind and heart of a young scholar who had finally accepted the full weight of his calling. The keeper's burden was heavy, but it was no longer his alone. He carried it now, not just for himself, but for all those who had entrusted him with their most precious legacy, and for all those yet to come who would need the wisdom of the past to build a better future. As they descended from the mountain and rejoined the ancient trade routes, Bjorn looked back once at the peak that concealed the Heart of Memory. It stood unchanged, eternal, a monument to the enduring power of human memory and the courage of those who dedicate their lives to preserving what matters most. The shadows on the fjord were growing longer, but they had not yet conquered the light. And, as long as there were keepers willing to carry the flame forward, there was hope that the darkness would never be complete. The journey of the last keeper had become something greater, the mission of the first guardian of a new age, one that would honor the past while embracing the future, preserving the essential while allowing the superficial to change. It was a harder path than simple preservation or simple abandonment, but it was the only path that offered hope for a world caught between what it had been and what it might become. The burden was heavy, but the purpose was clear, and for the first time since leaving Raven's Hollow, Bjorn felt truly ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Into the unknown waters, the eastern rivers of what would someday be called Russia stretched before them like highways carved from liquid silver, their surfaces frozen thick enough to support the weight of loaded sledges, but still flowing beneath the ice with the patient persistence of water seeking the sea. It had been 2 weeks since they left the Heart of Memory, and the landscape around them had changed from the familiar fjords and forests of Norway to something altogether more vast and mysterious. Here, the very air seemed different, thinner somehow, carrying scents and sounds from distances that the mind could barely comprehend. The horizon stretched endlessly in all directions, broken only by the dark lines of forest and the occasional glint of frozen water. It was a land that dwarfed human ambition, that made even the greatest kingdoms seem like temporary scratches on the surface of eternity. Magnus had procured a sledge and team of hardy northern horses in the last trading post they'd visited, along with the services of a local guide, a weathered man named Dmitri, who spoke a mixture of Norse, Slavic, and Turkic languages with the fluid ease of someone who had spent his life moving between cultures. He knew these rivers like a sailor knows the sea, understanding their moods and dangers with an intuition born of decades of experience. "The Volga calls to many men," Dmitri had told them as they loaded their carefully disguised treasures onto the sledge. But she answers only to those who respect her power. You treat her like a servant, she'll kill you without thinking twice. You treat her like a goddess, she'll carry you to the ends of the earth. Now, as they followed the frozen river eastward, Bjorn was beginning to understand what the guide meant. This was not simply a route of travel, it was a living thing, a force of nature that had shaped the destiny of peoples and empires for thousands of years. Along its banks, he could see the remains of settlements that had risen and fallen with the river's favor, their ruins speaking of the eternal dance between human ambition and natural power. The sledge moved with surprising smoothness across the ice, the runners singing a low musical note that seemed to harmonize with the wind. Bjorn rode beside the driver's seat, his precious cargo secured beneath layers of furs and canvas, while Eric and Magnus took turns walking alongside to keep their blood flowing in the bitter cold. But it was the stories that Dmitri told as they traveled that truly brought the landscape to life. This river system, he explained, was the backbone of a trading network that connected the Baltic Sea to the Black Sea, the forests of Scandinavia to the markets of Constantinople. For generations, Viking merchants had followed these routes, carrying amber and furs south, bringing back silk and spices, silver and wine. Your people, Dmitri said to Bjorn. They didn't just raid and pillage like the stories say. They built something here, something that lasted, cities, trade routes, families that still remember their northern blood. The Russ, we call ourselves, the people of the rivers. But we know where that name comes from, who our ancestors were. As if to prove his point, they began encountering evidence of this Norse heritage at every major settlement they passed. The architecture showed clear Scandinavian influences, with wooden halls built in the northern style and decorated with carved dragons and serpents. The local dialects contained Norse words that had been preserved for centuries, and many of the leading families bore names that could be traced back to the first Viking traders who had established themselves along these rivers. But perhaps most remarkably, the old beliefs had survived here in ways that would have been impossible in the increasingly Christian lands of Scandinavia. Shrines to Thor and Odin stood openly in many villages, often side by side with Christian churches in a synthesis that spoke of practical accommodation rather than theological conflict. The local people seemed to see no contradiction in honoring both sets of gods, treating them as different aspects of the same divine reality. Here, Magnus observed, as they passed through a settlement where a Christian priest and a Norse Gothi were conducting a joint blessing ceremony for the spring planting. They've found the balance that Brother Ansgar couldn't imagine. The old and the new, working together instead of fighting each other. It was in one such village, a prosperous trading center called Novgorod by the locals, that they encountered their first real test of the mission Bjorn had undertaken. The settlement was larger than anything they had seen since leaving Norway, with a population that included not only Norse-descended Rus, but also Slavic farmers, Byzantine merchants, and even a few Arab traders who had traveled up from the southern seas. The local ruler, a man named Yaroslav, who claimed descent from the legendary Prince Rurik, greeted them with the formal hospitality due to traveling merchants. But Bjorn could see the curiosity in his eyes, the way his gaze lingered on the carefully wrapped bundles that never left the young scholar's side. "You carry books," Yaroslav observed over the evening meal in his great hall. "I can tell by the way you protect them, the way you handle them. What manner of books, if I may ask?" It was the moment Bjorn had been preparing for since leaving the Heart of Memory, the first real test of whether his mission could succeed in the wider world. He exchanged glances with Magnus and Eric, then made his decision. Books of memory, he replied carefully. Stories and wisdom from the old days, preserved for those who still value such things. Yaroslav leaned forward, his interest clearly piqued. The old days? You mean the time of the first princes, when the Rus were still truly Norse? Among other things, Bjorn confirmed. I am a keeper of such knowledge, traveling to places where it might find new guardians and new life. The prince's eyes lit up with an excitement that reminded Bjorn of his own reaction when he had first discovered the ancient codex. Show me, Yaroslav said simply. What followed was one of the most remarkable evenings of Bjorn's life. In the prince's private chamber, surrounded by maps and scrolls that documented the history of the Rus kingdom, he carefully unwrapped a selection of the treasures he carried. Not the most precious items. Those would wait for more secure locations, but enough to demonstrate the scope and value of what he was preserving. Yaroslav's reaction exceeded even Bjorn's most optimistic expectations. The prince handled each item with reverence, reading the ancient runes with the fluency of someone who had been trained in the old scripts, asking questions that revealed a deep understanding of Norse history and culture. My grandfather told me stories, Yaroslav explained as he examined a carved bone comb that had belonged to a legendary skald. Stories about the first Rus princes, about the gods they worshipped, about the wisdom they brought from the northern lands. But I thought they were just stories, tales told to entertain children. I never imagined that such things still existed. They exist, Bjorn assured him, but they're scattered, hidden, in danger of being lost forever if they're not properly preserved. That's why I'm here, to find people who understand their value, who can help ensure they survive for future generations. What emerged from their conversation was the first concrete step in establishing the network Bjorn had envisioned. Yaroslav not only understood the importance of preserving Norse heritage, but had the resources and authority to do something about it. He offered to establish a secure repository in Novgorod, staffed by scholars who could study and copy the ancient texts, protected by guards who understood the value of what they were defending. But more than that, the prince said, his voice taking on the tone of a man making a momentous decision. I want to help you establish similar repositories in other cities along the river roads. I have connections in Kiev, in Constantinople, even in some of the northern settlements that still maintain the old ways. Together, we could create a network that would preserve not just individual artifacts, but the entire cultural heritage of our people. It was exactly what Bjorn had hoped for, but the reality of it was almost overwhelming. Here was a man with the power and resources to make his vision a reality, offering partnership in a mission that had seemed impossibly ambitious just a few weeks earlier. They spent the next several days working out the details of their collaboration. Yaroslav would provide funding and protection for the network, while Bjorn would contribute his knowledge and the treasures he carried. Magnus would serve as a coordinator, using his merchant connections to facilitate communication between the different repositories. Even Eric found a role, agreeing to help train guards who could protect the collections without drawing unwanted attention to their true nature. But perhaps most importantly, they established the principles that would guide the network's operations. The repositories would be more than just storage facilities. They would be active centers of learning and preservation, where scholars could study the ancient texts and artifacts, where local traditions could be documented and preserved, where the old wisdom could be adapted to meet the needs of a changing world. We're not trying to recreate the past, Bjorn explained as they drafted the charter that would govern the network's activities. We're trying to preserve the essential spirit of Norse culture so that it can continue to evolve and adapt. The forms may change, but the underlying values, the love of knowledge, the respect for courage and honor, the understanding of humanity's place in the natural world, these things are timeless. As they prepared to leave Novgorod, Bjorn felt a sense of accomplishment that he had never experienced before. The first repository was established, the first guardian was in place, and the network that would preserve Norse heritage for future generations was finally becoming a reality. But he also felt the weight of new responsibilities. Yaroslav had entrusted him with resources that represented a significant portion of the prince's treasury, along with letters of introduction to rulers and scholars throughout the eastern territories. The success or failure of the entire network might depend on how well he managed these initial steps. The journey south toward Kiev took them through landscapes that seemed to exist at the intersection of multiple worlds. Here, Norse longhouses stood beside Slavic cottages and Byzantine churches, creating a visual representation of the cultural synthesis that was taking place throughout the region. The people they met spoke multiple languages as a matter of course, switching between Norse and Slavic and Greek depending on the subject of conversation. It was in this environment that Bjorn began to understand something crucial about the nature of cultural preservation. The Norse heritage that survived in these eastern lands was not a museum piece, frozen in time and unchanged from its original form. It was a living tradition that had adapted and evolved, incorporating new elements while maintaining its essential character. The gods were still honored, but their worship had been modified to accommodate local customs and beliefs. The stories were still told, but they had been enriched with new episodes and characters drawn from the experiences of the Rus people. The values were still cherished, but they had been applied to new situations and challenges that the original Norse settlers could never have imagined. This is what successful preservation looks like, Magnus observed, as they watched a group of children playing a game that combined elements of Norse mythology with local folklore. Not rigid adherence to the past, but creative adaptation that keeps the essential spirit alive while allowing the surface forms to change. It was a lesson that would prove crucial as they continued their journey eastward, encountering communities where Norse heritage had survived in forms that were sometimes barely recognizable, but always fundamentally authentic. Each place they visited taught them something new about the art of cultural preservation, about the balance between continuity and change that allowed traditions to survive in a changing world. The frozen rivers carried them deeper into this land of cultural synthesis, toward destinations that would test everything they had learned about the nature of preservation and the power of human memory to transcend the boundaries of time and space. Behind them, the first repository was already beginning its work, its scholars copying and studying the treasures Bjorn had left in their care. Ahead lay Constantinople, the great city at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, where the final and most crucial test of their mission awaited. But for now, it was enough to travel through this landscape of infinite possibility, where the old gods still walked among mortals, and the ancient stories still had the power to shape the future. The unknown waters stretched before them, promising adventures and discoveries that would challenge everything they thought they knew about the world and their place in it. But they were no longer traveling alone. They were part of a network now, connected to others who shared their vision and their commitment to preserving what mattered most. The journey of the last keeper had become the mission of the first network, and the future was full of promise. The City of Two Worlds. Constantinople rose from the waters of the Bosphorus like a vision from the gods themselves. A city that seemed to exist at the very edge of the possible, where east met west in a symphony of domes and towers that caught the morning light and threw it back, transformed into something approaching the divine. From the deck of the river barge that had carried them down the final stretch of their journey, Bjorn could see why this place had captured the imagination of travelers for centuries. The city sprawled across 7 hills, its skyline dominated by the massive dome of the Hagia Sophia, that architectural miracle that had once been the greatest church in Christendom and now served as the crown jewel of the Byzantine Empire. But it was not just the buildings that took his breath away. It was the sheer diversity of the place, the way it seemed to contain within its walls representatives of every nation and culture under heaven. Ships from a dozen different kingdoms crowded the harbor. Byzantine galleys with their distinctive triangular sails, Arab dhows heavy with spices and silk, Venetian merchants' vessels, and, yes, the familiar dragon-prowed longships of the Varangian Guard, the Norse warriors who served as the Emperor's personal bodyguard. "Welcome to the center of the world," Magnus said, his voice carrying a mixture of awe and familiarity, where a man can buy silk from China and amber from the Baltic in the same marketplace, where scholars debate Aristotle in Greek while merchants haggle in Arabic, where the Emperor of Rome employs the Viking warriors to guard his palace. Dmitri, their guide, had arranged for them to stay in the Varangian quarter, that section of the city where the Norse guards and their families had established a little piece of Scandinavia in the heart of the Byzantine Empire. As their barge approached the designated wharf, Bjorn could see familiar sights. Wooden buildings constructed in the northern style, carved dragon heads decorating doorways, and, most remarkably, runes carved into stone markers that proclaimed this territory as belonging to the men of the north. Their reception was everything Magnus had promised and more. Word of their arrival had preceded them, carried by the network of merchants and travelers that connected every major city in the known world. The Varangian commander, a grizzled veteran named Harald Sigurdsson, who claimed kinship with the royal house of Norway, greeted them with the formal courtesy due to distinguished visitors. "So," Harald said as he led them through the quarter's main street, "you're the scholar everyone's been talking about, the one who carries the old stories, the keeper of the ancient ways." His pale blue eyes studied Bjorn with the intensity of a man who had learned to judge character quickly and accurately. "We've heard rumors, whispers carried by traders and wanderers. Some say you carry treasures that kings would kill for." "I carry memories," Bjorn replied carefully. "Stories and wisdom that might otherwise be lost. Whether they're treasures depends on how much value you place on understanding where we came from." Harold's weathered face creased into something that might have been a smile. "Spoken like a true skald. Come, let me show you what we've built here, what we've preserved in this city of strangers." What followed was a revelation that changed Bjorn's understanding of what cultural preservation could accomplish. The Varangian quarter was not simply a military barracks or a merchant enclave. It was a complete Norse community that had somehow managed to maintain its essential character while adapting to life in the most cosmopolitan city in the world. There were schools where Varangian children learned to read runes alongside Greek letters, workshops where traditional Norse crafts were practiced using materials and techniques borrowed from Byzantine artisans, and, most remarkably, a temple where the old gods were honored in ceremonies that incorporated elements drawn from a dozen different religious traditions. "We serve the Emperor," Harold explained as they toured the quarter's central hall. its walls decorated with tapestries that depicted both Norse mythology and Byzantine history. But we haven't forgotten who we are. The trick is finding ways to be both, to honor our ancestors while serving our current lord, to preserve our traditions while adapting to new circumstances. It was exactly the kind of synthesis that Bjorn had been hoping to find. Proof that Norse culture could not only survive but thrive in the changing world. But it was the quarter's library that truly took his breath away. A collection of manuscripts and scrolls that represented one of the finest repositories of Norse literature and history outside of Scandinavia itself. "We've been collecting for generations," explained the library's keeper, a scholarly woman named Astrid Eriksdotter, who bore the same name as the seeress who had started Bjorn on his journey. Every Varangian who returns from service in the northern lands brings something. A story, a song, a piece of carved bone with runes that preserve some fragment of the old wisdom. We copy everything, preserve everything, study everything. But the collection was remarkable, not just for its size, but for its diversity. There were sagas that existed nowhere else, poems that had been composed by homesick warriors dreaming of fjords and forests, historical chronicles that recorded the deeds of Varangian heroes in service to the Empire. But there were also documents that showed how Norse culture was evolving in this cosmopolitan environment. Stories that incorporated Byzantine and Arab elements. Poems that used Greek meters to express Norse themes. Philosophical treatises that applied traditional northern wisdom to the complex realities of imperial politics. "This is what I've been looking for," Bjorn told Magnus as they examined a manuscript that contained a version of the Volsung saga, enriched with episodes drawn from Byzantine Romance traditions. Not just preservation, but creative adaptation. The old wisdom finding new forms, new expressions, new relevance. But it was his meeting with the Emperor himself that would prove to be the most significant encounter of his entire journey. Constantine Knight. Monomachos was not what Bjorn had expected from the ruler of the Eastern Roman Empire. Instead of the remote, godlike figure of popular imagination, he found a man of middle years with intelligent eyes and the kind of restless energy that suggested a mind constantly engaged with complex problems. The emperor received them in a private chamber of the great palace, surrounded by books and maps rather than the ceremonial trappings of imperial power. "So, you are the keeper of the northern memories," Constantine said in fluent Norse, his accent suggesting formal study rather than casual familiarity. "My Varangian guards have told me remarkable stories about you, about the treasures you carry and the mission you've undertaken." "I am a scholar, Your Majesty," Bjorn replied, using the formal address that Magnus had coached him in. "I preserve knowledge that might otherwise be lost, seeking places where it can find new guardians and new life." "Knowledge," the Emperor mused, gesturing to the scrolls and codices that filled the chamber. "The true wealth of empires, the only treasure that increases when it's shared. Tell me, Keeper, what do you know of the relationship between preservation and power?" It was not the question Bjorn had expected, but it was one that went to the heart of everything he had been thinking about since leaving Raven's Hollow. "I think, Your Majesty, that true power comes not from controlling knowledge, but from understanding it. Not from hoarding wisdom, but from applying it. The greatest rulers are those who can learn from the past while adapting to the present." Constantine nodded approvingly. "Precisely. And that is why I am interested in what you offer. The Empire faces challenges that require new solutions, new ways of thinking. Perhaps the wisdom of the North properly understood and applied, can contribute to those solutions. What emerged from their conversation was an offer that exceeded even Bjorn's most ambitious dreams. The Emperor wanted to establish a formal program for the study and preservation of Northern culture, housed within the Imperial Library and staffed by scholars drawn from both Byzantine and Varangian communities. More than that, he wanted to create a network of such programs throughout the empire, connecting Constantinople to the Norse communities that had established themselves along the trade routes. You would be the director of this program, Constantine explained, with resources and authority to pursue your mission on a scale that no individual scholar could achieve alone. In return, the Empire would gain access to the wisdom you preserve, the insights that might help us navigate the challenges of a changing world. It was an extraordinary opportunity, but also one that would fundamentally change the nature of Bjorn's mission. Instead of being a wandering keeper of ancient secrets, he would become an official of the Byzantine Empire, with all the opportunities and constraints that such a position would entail. I need time to consider, Bjorn said finally. This is not a decision I can make lightly. Of course, the Emperor replied. Take all the time you need, but remember, opportunities like this come rarely in any lifetime. The chance to preserve your people's heritage while serving a cause greater than yourself, to ensure that the wisdom of the North finds its proper place in the civilization of the future. That evening, as they sat in the Varangian quarter's great hall, Bjorn discussed the Emperor's offer with his companions. Magnus was enthusiastic, seeing the political and economic advantages of imperial backing for their network. Eric was more cautious, worried about the constraints that would come with official status. But it was Harold Sigurdsson who offered the most insightful perspective. I've served 3 emperors, the Varangian commander said, his scarred hands wrapped around a cup of northern ale. I've seen how the empire works, how it absorbs and transforms everything it touches. If you accept Constantine's offer, your mission will succeed beyond your wildest dreams. But it will also become something different than what you originally envisioned. Different how? Bjorn asked. The Empire doesn't just preserve knowledge. It systematizes it, categorizes it, makes it serve imperial purposes. Your Norse wisdom would be studied and copied and disseminated. Yes, but it would also be interpreted through Byzantine eyes, adapted to Byzantine needs. It would survive, but it would be changed in the process. It was the central dilemma that had haunted Bjorn throughout his journey, the tension between preservation and adaptation, between maintaining the purity of the old ways and ensuring their survival in a new world. The Emperor's offer represented the ultimate test of his commitment to both goals. He spent the next 3 days exploring Constantinople, trying to understand the city that might become his new home. What he found was a place of incredible complexity and contradiction. A Christian empire that employed pagan warriors, a Greek civilization that had absorbed influences from a dozen different cultures, a society that claimed to be the heir of ancient Rome while creating something entirely new. In the markets, he heard merchants conducting business in languages he couldn't identify, selling goods that had traveled impossible distances to reach this central hub of world trade. In the churches, he witnessed religious ceremonies that incorporated elements from traditions that predated Christianity by centuries. In the libraries, he found scholars debating questions that bridged philosophy and theology, history and literature, mathematics and mysticism. It was, he realized, exactly the kind of environment where Norse wisdom could not only survive but flourish. a place where different traditions could meet and mingle, where ancient knowledge could find new applications, where the old stories could inspire new forms of understanding. But it was also a place where those traditions would inevitably be changed by the encounter, where the pure Norse heritage he had worked so hard to preserve would become something hybrid, something that future generations might not recognize as authentically Northern. The decision, when it finally came, was not the result of rational calculation, but of intuitive understanding. Standing in the Hagia Sophia, surrounded by the architectural glory of Byzantine civilization, Bjorn suddenly understood what his true mission had always been. He was not meant to be a museum curator, preserving ancient artifacts in pristine isolation. He was meant to be a bridge builder, helping the wisdom of the past find new forms in the present. That evening, he sent word to the emperor that he would accept the offer, with certain conditions designed to ensure that the Norse elements of the program would maintain their essential character, even as they adapted to their new environment. Constantine agreed to the conditions, and the formal agreement was signed in a ceremony that brought together representatives of both Byzantine and Varangian communities. The imperial program for Northern Studies was established within a month, housed in a wing of the Great Library that had been specially renovated to accommodate both Byzantine and Norse scholarly traditions. Bjorn found himself with a staff of 12 scholars, resources that seemed unlimited compared to his previous circumstances, and access to collections that included materials from across the known world. But perhaps most importantly, he had achieved his original goal of creating a network for the preservation of Norse culture. The repositories he had established in Novgorod and other cities were now connected to the Imperial Library, creating a system that could ensure the survival of Northern wisdom for generations to come. As winter settled over Constantinople, Bjorn stood on the balcony of his new office, looking out over the city that had become his home. The Bosphorus stretched before him, connecting the Black Sea to the Mediterranean, Europe to Asia, the world he had known to worlds he was only beginning to discover. The journey that had begun in a small room above a temple in Raven's Hollow had brought him to the center of the civilized world, to a position where he could influence the preservation of culture on a scale he had never imagined possible. The last keeper had become the first director, the guardian of a program that would ensure the survival of Norse wisdom long after the last longship had returned to port. But the work was far from finished. In fact, it was just beginning. The network needed to be expanded, new repositories established, new scholars trained in the arts of preservation and adaptation. There were manuscripts to be copied, artifacts to be studied, stories to be recorded and interpreted for new audiences. Most importantly, there was the ongoing challenge of maintaining the balance between preservation and evolution, between honoring the past and serving the future. It was a balance that would require constant attention, constant adjustment, constant wisdom. As the first snow of winter began to fall over the city of two worlds, Bjorn felt the weight of his responsibilities settling on his shoulders like a familiar cloak. The burden was heavier now, but it was also shared, distributed among a network of scholars and guardians who understood the importance of the work they were doing. The shadows on the fjord had grown long indeed, but they had not conquered the light. In this city, where east met west, where ancient wisdom found new forms, where the old gods walked among mortals in disguise, the flame of northern culture would continue to burn. The last keeper had found his place at last, not as a solitary guardian of dying traditions, but as the architect of a new synthesis, a bridge between worlds that would carry the best of the past into an uncertain but promising future. The city of two worlds had welcomed him, and in return, he had given it access to the memories of a people who had dared to sail beyond the edge of the known world, in search of something greater than themselves. It was a fair exchange, one that would enrich both cultures and ensure that the wisdom of the North would never truly die. Constantinople stretched around him in all its cosmopolitan glory, a testament to the power of synthesis, the strength that came from bringing different traditions together in creative harmony. And at its heart, in a library filled with the treasures of the North, the work of preservation and transformation continued. The unknown waters had carried him to his destination at last. Now the real adventure could begin. The network expands. The morning mist rose from the Dnieper River like the breath of sleeping gods, and Bjorn Eriksson stood on the deck of their trading vessel, watching the city of Kiev emerge from the gray dawn like a vision from the old stories. It had been 3 years since his first journey to Constantinople. 3 years of careful planning and patient relationship building, and now the network that had begun as a desperate attempt to preserve a single codex was ready to take its next great step forward. Beside him, Magnus checked their cargo manifest one final time, ensuring that every crate and bundle was properly documented for the customs officials they would soon encounter. But this cargo was different from the conventional trade goods that filled most merchant vessels. Hidden among the furs and amber, the iron tools and silver ornaments were treasures of a different kind. Carefully copied manuscripts, carved artifacts, genealogical records, and collections of traditional songs and stories that represented the accumulated cultural wealth of a dozen communities. "The prince's steward will meet us at the dock," Magnus said, rolling up the manifest and securing it in his leather satchel. Dmitri Volkonsky. I've dealt with him before. He's a practical man, more interested in results than procedures, which should work in our favor. Bjorn nodded, though his attention was focused on the city itself rather than the immediate logistics of their arrival. Kiev was a marvel of cultural synthesis, a place where Norse, Slavic, Byzantine, and even Arab influences had blended to create something entirely new. The great cathedral of St. Sophia dominated the skyline, its golden domes reflecting the morning sun, but the streets below were filled with merchants and craftsmen from across the known world, each bringing their own traditions and knowledge to the great cosmopolitan mix. It was exactly the kind of environment where their preservation network could flourish, a place where cultural diversity was seen as a source of strength rather than a threat, where scholars and collectors competed to acquire rare manuscripts and artifacts, where the rulers understood that preserving the past was essential to building a successful future. The meeting with Prince Yaroslav had been arranged through a complex web of introductions and recommendations that stretched from Constantinople to Novgorod. The prince was known throughout the region as a patron of learning and culture, a ruler who had established schools and libraries, who collected manuscripts in multiple languages, who understood that political power needed to be supported by intellectual authority. But Yaroslav was also a practical politician who would need to be convinced that supporting their preservation network would serve his own interests as well as the broader cause of cultural conservation. The presentation Bjorn and Magnus had prepared would need to demonstrate not just the scholarly value of their work, but its political and economic benefits as well. The customs inspection went smoothly, thanks to Magnus's experience and the proper documentation they carried. The officials were more interested in the conventional trade goods than in the carefully wrapped manuscripts and artifacts that formed the heart of their mission. Within an hour of docking, they were making their way through Kiev's bustling streets toward the prince's palace, their most precious cargo secured in a cart guarded by two of Magnus's most trusted men. Dmitri Volkonsky proved to be everything Magnus had promised. A middle-aged man with the bearing of a soldier, but the mind of a scholar. Someone who had clearly risen to his position through competence rather than birth or favoritism. He received them in a chamber lined with books and maps, the working office of someone who took his administrative responsibilities seriously. "The prince is intrigued by your proposal," Dmitri said without preamble, gesturing for them to take seats around a table covered with documents. "But he has questions about the practical aspects of what you're suggesting. How would this network actually function? What would Kiev's role be? What guarantees can you offer that the materials would be properly preserved and protected?" Bjorn had anticipated these questions and had prepared detailed answers. He spread out a map of Northern Europe, marking the locations where repositories had already been established or were under consideration. Constantinople anchored the southern end of the network, with its vast libraries and scholarly resources. Novgorod controlled the northern trade routes and had connections throughout the Rus territories. Bergen would serve the western regions, with links to Iceland and the Atlantic settlements. Kiev would be the eastern hub, Bjorn explained, tracing the trade routes that connected the various centers. Your position on the Dnieper gives you access to both the northern forests and the southern steppes. Your connections with Constantinople provide a direct link to Byzantine scholarship. Your relationship with the various Rus principalities would allow us to extend the network throughout the Slavic territories. And the practical benefits? Dmitri asked. The prince supports learning, but he also has a kingdom to govern and wars to fight. What would Kiev gain from this arrangement? Magnus leaned forward, his merchant's instincts taking over. Access to the most comprehensive collection of historical and genealogical records in Northern Europe, he said. Think of the diplomatic advantages of being able to trace the lineage of any noble family, to understand the historical precedents for territorial claims, to have detailed knowledge of the customs and traditions of your neighbors and rivals. There's also the economic aspect, Bjorn added. The network would bring scholars and collectors to Kiev, people with money to spend and knowledge to share. The copying and preservation work would provide employment for scribes and craftsmen. The reputation as a center of learning would attract the kind of people who drive innovation and prosperity. Dmitri nodded thoughtfully, making notes as they spoke. The prince will want to see examples of what you're offering, he said. Can you demonstrate the quality and scope of the materials you've preserved? This was the moment Bjorn had been preparing for. From their carefully guarded cargo, he produced a selection of items that represented the breadth and depth of their collection. A beautifully illuminated manuscript containing genealogies of the major Norse royal families. A carved wooden panel depicting scenes from the Volsung saga. A collection of traditional songs transcribed in multiple languages. A detailed map showing the locations of sacred sites throughout Scandinavia. But the piece that truly captured Dmitri's attention was something unexpected. A diplomatic correspondence between a Byzantine emperor and a Rus prince from 50 years earlier. Written in Greek, but containing detailed information about trade agreements, military alliances, and territorial boundaries that were still relevant to current politics. How did you acquire this? Dmitri asked, handling the document with obvious reverence. It was part of a private collection in Constantinople, Magnus explained. The owner needed money quickly and was willing to sell to someone who could guarantee proper preservation. We've found that many important documents end up in private hands, often without the owners fully understanding their significance. And you would be willing to share access to materials like this? That's the entire point of the network, Bjorn said. Knowledge that's locked away in private collections or isolated repositories is of limited value. But knowledge that's properly cataloged and made available to qualified scholars can serve the needs of rulers, diplomats, merchants, and researchers throughout the region. The conversation continued for several hours, covering everything from the technical aspects of manuscript preservation to the political implications of cross-cultural cooperation. Dmitri proved to be not just an effective administrator, but a genuine scholar in his own right. Someone who understood both the practical challenges they faced and the larger vision they were working to achieve. The breakthrough came when Dmitri mentioned a problem that had been troubling Prince Yaroslav for months. A territorial dispute with a neighboring principality had reached an impasse, with both sides claiming historical precedent for their positions. Traditional diplomatic approaches had failed, and the situation was moving toward military confrontation. If your network could provide definitive historical documentation about the original boundaries, Dmitri said, it might be possible to resolve the dispute without bloodshed. The prince would consider that a very valuable service. Bjorn and Magnus exchanged glances. This was exactly the kind of practical application that could demonstrate the network's value while serving the cause of peace and stability. We would need access to local archives and the opportunity to interview elderly residents who might remember earlier arrangements, Bjorn said. But if the documentation exists, we can find it and present it in a form that would be acceptable to all parties. The meeting ended with an agreement to proceed with a trial arrangement. Kiev would provide space and resources for a small repository, along with access to local archives and scholarly resources. In return, the network would work to resolve the territorial dispute and provide ongoing access to their growing collection of historical and cultural materials. But the real work began after the formal meeting ended. Over the following weeks, Bjorn and Magnus worked closely with local scholars and administrators to establish the practical foundations of the Kiev repository. They identified suitable buildings, recruited and trained local staff, established procedures for cataloging and preserving materials, and began the delicate process of building relationships with the various communities that would need to support the effort. The territorial dispute proved to be an ideal test case for the network's capabilities. Working with local historians and elderly residents, Bjorn was able to piece together a detailed picture of how the disputed territory had been settled and administered over the previous century. The key breakthrough came when they discovered a cache of documents in a monastery that had been overlooked by previous researchers. Records that clearly established the historical boundaries and the legal precedents that governed territorial transfers. The resolution of the dispute without warfare impressed Prince Yaroslav and demonstrated the practical value of the preservation network. But more importantly, it showed how cultural preservation could serve immediate political needs while building foundations for long-term stability and cooperation. The success in Kiev opened doors throughout the Rus territories. Other princes and administrators began reaching out to the network, seeking help with their own historical and genealogical questions. Scholars and collectors who had been working in isolation discovered that they were part of a larger community of people dedicated to preserving and sharing knowledge. But perhaps the most significant development was the emergence of local expertise and leadership. The network's success depended not just on the vision and energy of its founders, but on the development of local capacity to carry the work forward. In Kiev, this took the form of a young scholar named Alexei Dmitrievich, the steward's son, who proved to have both the intellectual ability and the practical skills necessary to manage a major repository. Under Alexei's leadership, the Kiev repository became more than just a storage facility for preserved materials. It became a center of active scholarship and cultural exchange. Local scribes worked alongside visiting scholars to copy and translate important texts. Craftsmen studied traditional techniques preserved in the collection and adapted them to contemporary needs. Students came from across the region to study genealogy, history, and traditional culture. The model developed in Kiev was then adapted and replicated in other locations throughout the network. Each repository reflected local conditions and needs while maintaining connections to the larger system. Standards for preservation and cataloging were established and maintained, but individual repositories were encouraged to develop their own specializations and areas of expertise. By the end of their first year of operations, the network had grown beyond anything Bjorn had originally envisioned. What had begun as a desperate attempt to preserve a single collection of Norse manuscripts had become a systematic effort to document and preserve the cultural heritage of multiple peoples across a vast geographical area. But the expansion also brought new challenges. Coordinating activities across such distances required new systems of communication and administration. Quality control became more difficult as the network grew larger and more decentralized. Political tensions between different regions sometimes threatened to disrupt cooperative efforts. Most significantly, the network's success began to attract unwanted attention from religious and political authorities who viewed cultural preservation as a potential threat to their own power and influence. Preserving pagan traditions, even in a scholarly context, was still controversial in many areas. Maintaining genealogical records could complicate political arrangements based on suppressing inconvenient historical facts. These challenges would require new strategies and new forms of organization. The informal network of personal relationships that had served the preservation effort in its early stages would need to be supplemented by more formal structures and procedures. The work was becoming too important and too complex to depend entirely on the vision and energy of a few dedicated individuals. But for now, Bjorn was content to watch the network take root and flourish in Kiev and other centers throughout the region. Each new repository, each preserved manuscript, each trained scholar represented a small victory in the great battle against cultural oblivion. The flame of memory was burning brighter and in more places than ever before. The network was expanding, but more importantly, it was deepening. The preservation of cultural heritage was becoming not just the passion of a few dedicated scholars, but a recognized need and responsibility of the communities themselves. The work would continue and grow, carried forward by new hands and sustained by new hearts, but always guided by the same fundamental commitment to preserving what was precious and passing it on to future generations. The expansion phase was complete, but the real work was just beginning. The network had proven its value and established its foundations. Now it would need to demonstrate its ability to adapt and evolve, to meet new challenges and serve new needs, to remain true to its original vision while growing into something larger and more complex than its founders had ever imagined. The weaving of worlds. 5 years had passed since Bjorn first accepted the Emperor's offer, and the imperial program for Northern Studies had grown beyond even Constantine's ambitious vision. What had begun as a single repository in the Great Library had expanded into a network spanning the known world. From the icebound monasteries of Iceland to the trading posts along the Silk Road, from the Varangian settlements in Kiev to the Norse communities that had taken root in Sicily and southern Italy. Standing in his expanded office overlooking the Golden Horn, Bjorn could see the physical manifestation of this success in the ships that crowded the harbor below. Merchants and scholars arrived weekly, carrying manuscripts and artifacts, stories and songs, the accumulated wisdom of a people who had spread themselves across the world like seeds on the wind. Each arrival brought new treasures for the collection, new challenges for preservation, new opportunities for the kind of cultural synthesis that had become his life's work. But it was the letter he held in his hands that represented the most significant development yet. An invitation that would take him full circle, back to the land of his birth for a purpose he could never have imagined when he first left Raven's Hollow as a young scholar with nothing but books and dreams. The letter bore the seal of King Olaf III of Norway, known to history as Olaf the Peaceful, a ruler who had managed the delicate task of consolidating Christian rule over the northern kingdoms, while maintaining diplomatic relations with the remaining pockets of traditional belief. The message was formal but warm, written in the careful script of a royal scribe, but bearing personal touches that suggested the king's direct involvement. To Bjorn Eriksson, called the Keeper, Director of Northern Studies in the Imperial City of Constantinople. Greetings and the blessing of Almighty God. Word has reached us of the great work you have undertaken, preserving the wisdom and traditions of our ancestors, while serving the cause of learning and enlightenment. We write to invite you to return to the land of your birth, not as an exile seeking refuge, but as an honored scholar whose expertise is needed for a project of the greatest importance to our realm. The project, as outlined in subsequent paragraphs, was nothing less than the creation of a comprehensive history of the Norse people. Not just the kings and battles that filled most chronicles, but the complete story of a civilization, including its beliefs, its customs, its art, its literature, everything that made the northern peoples unique among the nations of the earth. This work cannot be accomplished by court scribes or foreign scholars, however learned they may be. It requires someone who understands our people from within, who has studied our traditions with the eye of both scholar and believer, who can speak to the heart as well as the mind. Your reputation suggests that you are such a person, and we would be honored by your participation in this endeavor. Magnus, now serving as Bjorn's chief administrator and still the most well-traveled man in Constantinople, read the letter with growing excitement. "Do you understand what this means?" he asked, setting the parchment down on the desk between them. "The King of Norway is asking you to write the definitive history of your people. Not just preserve their traditions, but interpret them for posterity." "I understand the honor," Bjorn replied carefully, "but I also understand the dangers. King Olaf may call himself peaceful, but he's still a Christian ruler trying to consolidate his authority over a recently converted kingdom. What he wants may not be an objective history, but a version that supports his political goals." It was a concern that had haunted Bjorn throughout his years in Constantinople, the tension between scholarly objectivity and political necessity, between preserving truth and serving power. The imperial program had succeeded partly because it had managed to avoid this trap, presenting Norse culture as a subject of academic interest rather than political controversy. But returning to Norway would mean entering a realm where every word about the past carried implications for the present. Eric, now in his 70s but still sharp as a blade, offered a different perspective. He had remained in Constantinople as an advisor to the Varangian Guard, his warrior's experience proving valuable in training new recruits and maintaining the discipline that made the northern soldiers so effective. Age had given him a philosopher's outlook to complement his fighter's instincts. "You're thinking like a scholar," he told his son, "when you should be thinking like a keeper." The question isn't whether the king's motives are pure. They never are with kings. The question is whether this project will serve the cause of preservation better than anything else you could do with your time. How do you mean? Think about it, Eric continued, settling into the chair he had claimed as his own in Bjorn's office. Right now, your network preserves Norse culture for scholars and enthusiasts, people who already understand its value. But a royal history, properly written, could introduce that culture to a much wider audience. It could show ordinary people, Christian people, that their ancestors were not just barbarians and raiders, but creators of wisdom and beauty. It was a compelling argument, one that aligned with Bjorn's growing understanding of how cultural preservation worked in practice. The most successful preservation efforts were not those that kept traditions locked away in libraries, but those that found ways to make ancient wisdom relevant to contemporary audiences. The decision was complicated by other factors as well. The network was now largely self-sustaining, with capable administrators in each major repository and a steady flow of resources from both imperial and private sources. Bjorn's direct oversight was no longer essential for day-to-day operations, though his vision and leadership remained crucial for long-term planning. More personally, he had been feeling the pull of home for several years now. Not the simple homesickness that afflicts all travelers, but a deeper sense that his mission required him to return to its origins, to close the circle that had begun in Raven's Hollow so many years before. The letter from King Olaf provided the perfect opportunity, but it also represented a risk that could undo everything he had accomplished. If the project failed, if he was seen as a tool of royal propaganda or a betrayer of scholarly objectivity, it could damage not just his own reputation, but the credibility of the entire network. After days of discussion and contemplation, Bjorn made his decision with characteristic deliberation. He would accept the king's invitation, but on his own terms. The history would be written according to scholarly standards, not political convenience. It would present Norse culture in all its complexity, including aspects that might make Christian readers uncomfortable. And it would be published simultaneously in multiple locations, ensuring that no single authority could control or suppress its contents. King Olaf, to his credit, accepted these conditions without argument. His reply suggested a ruler who genuinely understood the value of objective scholarship, even when it might complicate his political objectives. "We seek truth, not flattery. Our people deserve to know their real history, not a collection of convenient fables. Write what you find, Keeper, and let the chips fall where they may. A kingdom built on lies is no kingdom at all." The preparations for departure took months. The network needed to be reorganized to function in Bjorn's absence, with new administrators appointed and communication systems established to maintain coordination between the various repositories. The Imperial Library required a complete catalog of the Norse materials, ensuring that nothing would be lost if political circumstances changed. But perhaps most importantly, Bjorn needed to prepare himself for a return to a homeland that had changed dramatically in his absence. The Norway he had left was a land in transition, caught between old and new. The Norway he would return to was officially Christian, with the old gods relegated to folklore and the ancient traditions preserved mainly in the form of cultural curiosities. Magnus would accompany him, as would a small team of scholars and scribes capable of supporting the massive research project they were undertaking. Eric, despite his age, insisted on joining the expedition, claiming that his old bones needed to feel northern snow one more time before they were laid to rest. Besides, he said with a grin that reminded Bjorn of the warrior his father had been in his prime, someone needs to make sure you don't get so lost in your books that you forget to eat or sleep. Scholars are notoriously impractical creatures. The journey north retraced the route Bjorn had taken years earlier, but in reverse and under very different circumstances. Instead of fleeing as an exile carrying forbidden knowledge, he was returning as an honored guest with official backing for his mission. The contrast was not lost on him as their ship sailed through the familiar waters of the Baltic, past islands and coastlines that held memories of his youth. The Norway they found was indeed transformed. Christian churches had replaced many of the old temples, and crosses marked hilltops where sacred groves had once stood. But the transformation was not as complete as Bjorn had feared. The old stories were still told, though now they were presented as entertainment rather than religious truth. The ancient customs survived in modified forms, adapted to fit within Christian frameworks. The runes were still carved, though now they were used mainly for decorative purposes rather than magical ones. Most remarkably, the people themselves seemed largely unchanged. They still possessed the northern character that Bjorn remembered. The love of storytelling, the respect for courage and wisdom, the deep connection to the land and sea that had shaped their ancestors for countless generations. Christianity had provided them with new forms of expression, but it had not fundamentally altered their essential nature. King Olaf received them at his court in Nidaros, with ceremony appropriate to distinguished foreign visitors. The king was younger than Bjorn had expected, a man in his early 30s with the kind of thoughtful demeanor that suggested he took his responsibilities seriously. He was clearly well educated, speaking Latin and Greek as fluently as Norse, and his questions about the imperial program revealed a sophisticated understanding of both scholarship and politics. "I've read some of the works produced by your network," Olaf said during their first formal meeting. "The synthesis of different traditions, the way you've managed to preserve Norse culture while adapting it to new circumstances. It's exactly what we need here in Norway. A way of honoring our ancestors while building a Christian future." The Royal Library, where they would conduct their research, was impressive by northern standards, though modest compared to the Imperial Library in Constantinople. But what it lacked in size, it made up for in focus. The collection had been assembled specifically to support the kind of historical project they were undertaking, with manuscripts and documents gathered from across the Norse world. More importantly, Olaf had arranged for them to interview the oldest and most knowledgeable people in the kingdom, former priests of the old religion who had converted to Christianity, but retained their memories of the ancient ways, skalds who could recite genealogies going back 20 generations, craftsmen who still practiced traditional arts that had been passed down through centuries of apprenticeship. The work began immediately, with Bjorn and his team conducting interviews, examining documents, and slowly piecing together the comprehensive history that would become their masterwork. But it was not just an academic exercise. It was a form of cultural archaeology, uncovering layers of meaning and memory that had been buried beneath centuries of change and adaptation. What emerged was a picture of Norse civilization that was far more complex and sophisticated than the popular image of savage raiders and primitive barbarians. These were a people who had developed advanced techniques of navigation and shipbuilding, who had created a rich literary tradition that rivaled anything produced in medieval Europe, who had established trade networks spanning from Greenland to Constantinople, who had developed legal and political systems that balanced individual freedom with collective responsibility. But they were also a people who had lived in intimate connection with forces larger than themselves, the gods and spirits that inhabited every aspect of the natural world, the ancestors whose wisdom guided the living, the great cycles of life and death and renewal that gave meaning to human existence. This spiritual dimension of Norse culture was perhaps the most difficult to convey to Christian readers, but also the most essential for understanding what made the northern peoples unique. As the months passed and the history took shape, Bjorn found himself grappling with questions that went beyond simple scholarship. How do you explain a worldview to people who have never shared it? How do you convey the beauty and wisdom of traditions that your readers have been taught to see as pagan superstition? How do you honor the past while acknowledging the legitimacy of the present? The answer, he gradually realized, lay not in choosing between different perspectives, but in finding ways to show their common ground. The Norse gods might have different names than the Christian Trinity, but they represented similar human attempts to understand the divine. The ancient rituals might seem strange to Christian eyes, but they served the same fundamental purposes as Christian sacraments, connecting the human and the sacred, marking important transitions, building community bonds. Most importantly, the values that had sustained Norse civilization: courage, honor, loyalty, wisdom, respect for the natural world, were not incompatible with Christian teaching. They were, in fact, essential human virtues that any healthy society needed to cultivate, regardless of its religious framework. This understanding shaped the final form of the history, which became not just a chronicle of events, but a meditation on the nature of cultural continuity and change. It showed how the Norse people had adapted to new circumstances throughout their history, how they had absorbed influences from other cultures while maintaining their essential character, how they had found ways to honor both tradition and innovation. The work was completed after 2 years of intensive research and writing, producing a manuscript of unprecedented scope and depth. But its true test would come not in scholarly circles, but in the wider world, where ordinary people would judge whether it succeeded in making the Norse past relevant to the Christian present. King Olaf, reading the completed manuscript, pronounced himself well satisfied. "This is what I hoped for," he said, "a history that shows our people as they really were. Not perfect, not without flaws, but worthy of respect and remembrance. It will help my subjects understand that they can be proud of their ancestors while remaining faithful Christians." But it was the reaction of ordinary readers that truly validated Bjorn's approach. As copies of the history circulated throughout Norway and beyond, it sparked a renaissance of interest in Norse culture that went far beyond academic circles. People began to see their ancestral traditions not as embarrassing relics of a pagan past, but as sources of wisdom and identity that could enrich their Christian lives. Churches began incorporating elements of traditional Norse art into their decorations. Christian festivals were celebrated with customs drawn from ancient seasonal celebrations. The old stories were retold in new forms that emphasized their moral and spiritual lessons rather than their religious content. Most remarkably, the synthesis that Bjorn had achieved in his history began to manifest in the culture itself. Norway was becoming a place where Christian faith and Norse heritage could coexist, where the new religion provided spiritual guidance while the old traditions offered cultural identity and continuity. Standing on the deck of the ship that would carry him back to Constantinople, Bjorn looked out over the fjords of his homeland with a sense of completion that had eluded him throughout his years of wandering. The circle was finally closed, the mission finally accomplished. The last keeper had become the first historian, and the wisdom of the North had found its place in the world. But, as the familiar coastline faded into the distance, Bjorn knew that his work was far from finished. The network still needed his guidance, new challenges would arise, new opportunities for preservation and synthesis would present themselves. The weaving of worlds was an ongoing process, one that would require constant attention and care. The shadows on the fjord were no longer growing longer. In fact, they seemed to be receding, pushed back by a new understanding of how past and present could work together to create a richer, more meaningful future. The old gods might no longer rule from Asgard, but their wisdom lived on in the hearts and minds of people who had learned to honor both their ancestors and their faith. The last keeper's journey was ending, but the work of preservation and synthesis would continue, carried forward by new generations of scholars and storytellers who understood that the past was not a burden to be discarded, but a treasure to be shared. The weaving of worlds would go on, creating new patterns of meaning and beauty from the threads of tradition and innovation, memory and hope. The eternal human desire to honor what came before while building something better for those who would come after. The eternal flame. 20 years later, the old man sat in his study overlooking the Bosphorus, watching the sun set over the city that had become more home to him than any place he had ever known. The years had been kind to Bjorn Eriksson. His hair was white now, his face lined with the marks of age and wisdom, but his eyes still held the spark of curiosity that had driven him from a small temple in Raven's Hollow to the center of the civilized world. The room around him bore witness to a life devoted to the preservation of memory. Shelves lined every wall, filled with manuscripts and scrolls, carved artifacts, and painted icons, the accumulated treasures of a culture that had refused to die quietly. But these were not museum pieces gathering dust. They were living documents, consulted daily by the stream of scholars and students who came to study at what had become known throughout the world as the Northern Archive. On his desk lay the latest reports from the network that had grown beyond even his most ambitious dreams. From Iceland, where Christian monks were copying the ancient sagas with the same devotion they brought to biblical texts. From Kiev, where Prince Yaroslav's grandson was establishing new schools that taught both Norse and Slavic traditions. From Sicily, where Norman knights were decorating their churches with scenes from the old mythology. From as far away as Greenland, where Norse settlers were adapting their ancient customs to life at the very edge of the known world. Each report told the same story. The culture that had once seemed doomed to extinction was not only surviving but flourishing, finding new forms and new expressions while maintaining its essential spirit. The synthesis that Bjorn had worked so hard to achieve was now happening naturally, organically, as people discovered that they could honor both their ancestors and their faith, both tradition and innovation. A soft knock at the door interrupted his reverie. "Come," he called, and smiled as a young woman entered. His granddaughter Astrid, named for the seeress who had started him on his journey so many years ago. She carried herself with the confidence of someone who had grown up in the cosmopolitan atmosphere of Constantinople. But her eyes held the same northern intensity that had marked her grandfather's generation. "The delegation from Norway has arrived," she said, settling into the chair across from his desk with the easy familiarity of someone who had spent countless hours in this room. learning the stories and wisdom that would someday be her responsibility to preserve. They're asking when you'll be ready to receive them. Bjorn nodded, unsurprised. He had been expecting this visit ever since King Magnus, Olaf's son and successor, had sent word that he wanted to discuss the establishment of a permanent Norse cultural center in Bergen, one that would serve as the northern counterpart to the archive in Constantinople. "Tell them I'll see them after the evening meal," he said, "and ask your father to join us. This is the kind of decision that will affect the next generation as much as this one." Astrid's father was Eric Bjornsson, Bjorn's eldest son, who had inherited both his grandfather's warrior spirit and his father's scholarly inclinations. He served as the archive's chief administrator, managing the day-to-day operations that kept the network functioning smoothly across the known world. As his granddaughter left to deliver the message, Bjorn turned back to the window and the view that never failed to inspire him. Constantinople stretched out below, its domes and towers catching the last light of day, its harbors filled with ships from every corner of the world. It was a city that embodied everything he had worked to achieve: the successful synthesis of different cultures, the preservation of the past within the framework of the present, the proof that diversity could be a source of strength rather than division. But it was the letter on his desk that truly captured his attention. A message that had arrived just that morning from a place he had never expected to hear from again. The seal was unfamiliar, but the content was unmistakable. It was from Raven's Hollow, from the temple where his journey had begun. The letter was signed by someone calling himself Thorvald the Younger, who claimed to be the great-nephew of the priest who had first shown Bjorn the ancient codex. The temple had been converted to a Christian church decades ago, but the new priest had discovered something remarkable while renovating the building: a hidden chamber containing manuscripts and artifacts that had been sealed away before the conversion. "We have found treasures that we do not fully understand," the letter read. Books written in the old script, objects carved with symbols that seem to hold meaning beyond mere decoration. The bishop says they should be destroyed as pagan relics, but something in my heart tells me they are more than that. I have heard stories of the great keeper who came from our village, who found ways to preserve the old wisdom while serving the new faith. If you are indeed that man, we beg you to advise us. Should these things be destroyed, or is there some way they can be preserved without offending God? Bjorn smiled as he read the letter, remembering his own younger self standing in that same temple, overwhelmed by the discovery of knowledge that seemed too precious to lose. The circle was completing itself again, as circles always did, bringing new challenges and new opportunities to each generation. He took up his pen and began to write a reply, drawing on decades of experience in navigating the delicate balance between preservation and faith, between honoring the past and serving the present. "Dear Brother Thorvald," he wrote, "the treasures you have found are indeed precious, but not in the way that gold or silver are precious. They are the memories of your people, the accumulated wisdom of generations who struggled to understand their place in the world. They do not threaten your Christian faith. Rather, they can enrich it, showing you the long journey that brought your ancestors to the truth they now embrace. I suggest that you contact the archive here in Constantinople or one of our other repositories, where scholars can properly evaluate what you have found and help you determine the best way to preserve it. Some items may be suitable for display in your church, showing how God has worked through history to guide your people. Others may be better housed in libraries where they can be studied by those who seek to understand the full story of Northern civilization." Remember that you are not betraying your faith by honoring your ancestors. Rather, you are following the example of the early Christians, who found ways to incorporate the best of pagan wisdom into their new understanding of divine truth. The God you serve is the same God who guided your forefathers, even when they knew him by different names. As he wrote, Bjorn found himself thinking about all the young people who had come to him over the years with similar questions, seeking guidance on how to navigate the complex relationship between past and present, tradition and change. Each generation faced the same fundamental challenge: how to honor what came before while building something new and better. The answer, he had learned, was never simple or final. It required constant attention, constant adjustment, constant wisdom, but it was possible, as the success of the network had proven. The key was understanding that preservation was not about keeping things exactly as they had always been, but about maintaining the essential spirit while allowing the surface forms to evolve. A second knock at the door announced the arrival of his son, Eric, a man now in his 40s who had inherited his father's height and his grandfather's steady demeanor. Behind him came Magnus the Younger, the son of Bjorn's old traveling companion, who served as the archive's chief liaison with the various royal courts and merchant guilds that supported their work. "The Norwegian delegation is ready," Eric reported. "They seem quite eager to discuss the Bergen project, and they've brought some interesting proposals for expanding the network into the western settlements. And there's news from Iceland," Magnus added. "The monastery at Thingvellir has completed their copying of the prose Edda, and they want to know if we'd like them to begin work on the poetic Edda as well." Bjorn nodded, pleased but not surprised. The Icelandic monasteries had become some of the most productive centers in the entire network, their monks bringing the same devotion to preserving Norse literature that they brought to copying biblical texts. It was exactly the kind of synthesis he had always hoped to achieve. "Tell them yes, of course," he said, "and ask them to send copies to all the major repositories. The more widely these works are distributed, the safer they'll be." As they prepared to meet with the Norwegian delegation, Bjorn found himself reflecting on how much had changed since those early days when he had carried the ancient codex in a simple pack. Uncertain of his destination or his purpose, the network now encompassed dozens of repositories, hundreds of scholars, thousands of manuscripts and artifacts. The synthesis of Norse and Christian traditions had become so successful that many people no longer saw any contradiction between honoring their ancestors and serving their faith. But perhaps most importantly, the work had become self-sustaining. New generations of keepers were emerging, trained in the methods and principles that had made the preservation effort successful. The knowledge was no longer dependent on any single individual. It had become part of the cultural fabric of the northern world. The meeting with the Norwegian delegation went well, as Bjorn had expected. King Magnus was proving to be as supportive of cultural preservation as his father had been, and the proposed center in Bergen would provide a northern anchor for the network that would complement the southern hub in Constantinople. But it was after the formal discussions had ended, as they sat around the fire in the archive's great hall, that the most meaningful conversation took place. One of the younger Norwegians, a man about the same age Bjorn had been when he first left Raven's Hollow, asked the question that went to the heart of everything they had accomplished. "Master Bjorn," he said, "when you first began this work, did you ever imagine it would grow to what it has become? Did you see the network, the synthesis, the way the old wisdom has found new life?" Bjorn considered the question carefully, remembering that young man who had stood in a temple so many years ago. overwhelmed by the responsibility that had been placed on his shoulders. "No," he said finally. "I saw only the immediate need, to preserve knowledge that seemed in danger of being lost. I had no grand vision, no master plan. I simply did what seemed necessary at each step, trusting that others would continue the work when my part was done." "But that's exactly why it succeeded," observed Eric, who had heard his father tell this story many times but never tired of the lesson it contained, because it grew organically, responding to real needs rather than trying to impose some theoretical framework, because it adapted to local conditions rather than demanding uniformity, because it served people rather than asking them to serve it. The young Norwegian nodded thoughtfully. "So, the secret is not to try to control the future, but to plant seeds and trust them to grow." "Something like that," Bjorn agreed. "The keeper's job is not to determine how the knowledge will be used, but to ensure that it remains available for those who need it. Each generation must find its own ways of making the old wisdom relevant to new circumstances." As the evening drew to a close and the visitors retired to their quarters, Bjorn remained by the fire with his family, enjoying the quiet companionship that had become one of his greatest treasures. Astrid sat at his feet, listening with the same intensity he remembered from his own youth, as Eric told stories of the network's early days. Magnus, the younger, worked on correspondence with repositories across the known world, maintaining the connections that kept the entire system functioning. "Grandfather," Astrid said during a lull in the conversation, "will you tell me again about the seeress? About how she knew you were the one who would carry the burden forward?" Bjorn smiled, remembering Ragnhild and the way she had appeared at just the right moment to guide him toward his destiny. "I'm not sure she knew anything specific," he said. "I think she simply recognized someone who was ready to accept responsibility, someone who understood that some things are more important than personal comfort or safety." "And how do you recognize such a person?" "You don't, really. You can only hope that when the time comes, when the need arises, someone will step forward. Someone always has throughout history. That's how knowledge survives, how cultures endure, how the flame is passed from one generation to the next. And what if no one steps forward? What if the flame goes out?" It was the question that had haunted Bjorn throughout his career, the fear that had driven him to work so hard to establish multiple repositories, to train so many successors, to create systems that could function without constant oversight. "Then it goes out," he said simply. "And that would be a tragedy, but it wouldn't be the end of everything, because the human spirit that created the knowledge in the first place would still exist, and eventually someone would begin the work of creation and preservation again. The flame might be extinguished, but the capacity to kindle it anew would remain. But it's better not to let it go out in the first place," Astrid observed. "Much better," Bjorn agreed. "Which is why we do this work, why we accept the burden, why we trust that others will continue when we can no longer carry on." Later that night, alone in his study, Bjorn completed his letter to the young priest in Raven's Hollow and sealed it with the Archive's official seal, a design that combined Norse runes with Christian symbols, representing the synthesis that had become his life's work. As he prepared the letter for dispatch, he thought about all the other young people who would face similar decisions in the years to come, who would discover treasures from the past and wonder whether they should be preserved or discarded. The network would help them, guide them, provide them with the resources and knowledge they needed to make informed choices. But ultimately, each person would have to decide for themselves what was worth preserving, what was worth the effort and risk that preservation required. The flame could be offered, but it could not be forced on anyone who was not ready to receive it. The city outside his window was settling into sleep, but Bjorn knew that across the known world the work continued, in monasteries and libraries, in royal courts and merchant halls, in the homes of ordinary people who had discovered that their ancestors' wisdom could enrich their daily lives. The great task of preservation and synthesis went on. The last keeper had become the first archivist, and the network he had helped create would outlive him by centuries. The flame that had seemed so fragile when he first discovered it in a small temple in Norway now burned in hundreds of locations, tended by thousands of hands, bright enough to illuminate the path for generations yet unborn. As he prepared for bed, Bjorn offered a prayer of gratitude to the Christian God he had learned to serve, to the Norse gods who had guided his ancestors, to all the forces seen and unseen that had made his work possible. The shadows on the fjord had not conquered the light after all. Instead, the light had learned to dance with the shadows, creating new patterns of beauty and meaning that honored both the darkness and the illumination. The eternal flame burned on, carried forward by new hands, kindled in new hearts. Proof that the human desire to preserve what is precious and pass it on to future generations could never be entirely extinguished. The last keeper's work was done, but the work of keeping would continue forever, as it always had, as it always would, world without end. In the harbor below, ships prepared for dawn departures, carrying scholars and merchants, pilgrims and adventurers to destinations across the known world. Some carried books and artifacts, others bore only memories and stories, but all were part of the great network of preservation and transmission that connected past to future, tradition to innovation, the wisdom of the ancestors to the dreams of the children yet to be born. The circle was complete, but it was also endless, a spiral that would continue to expand and evolve, carrying the best of human achievement forward into whatever challenges and opportunities the future might hold. The last keeper had found his peace at last, knowing that the flame he had tended so carefully would burn long after his own light had faded into the eternal darkness that awaits all mortal things. But the darkness would not be empty, for it would be filled with the echoes of all the stories he had preserved, all the wisdom he had transmitted, all the connections he had forged between the world that was and the world that was yet to come. The shadows on the fjord had become part of the light itself, and the light would shine forever. The letter to young brother Thorvald in Raven's Hollow was just one of dozens that crossed Bjorn's desk each week, each representing a new discovery, a new challenge, or a new opportunity in the great work of preservation. The network had grown far beyond what any single person could manage directly. But Bjorn had learned that true leadership sometimes meant knowing when to step back and let others carry the work forward. His daily routine had settled into a comfortable rhythm that balanced administrative responsibilities with the scholarly pursuits that had always been his first love. Mornings were devoted to correspondence, and meetings with the steady stream of visitors who came to the archive seeking knowledge, guidance, or simply the inspiration that came from being in the presence of so much accumulated wisdom. Afternoons were reserved for his own research and writing, the slow but satisfying work of synthesizing decades of collected knowledge into comprehensive studies that would serve future scholars. But it was the evenings that Bjorn treasured most, when the formal business of the day was done, and he could spend time with his family, sharing stories and wisdom in the same informal way that had first sparked his own love of learning so many years ago in Raven's Hollow. His son, Eric, had proven to be not just an able administrator, but a gifted scholar in his own right. Someone who understood both the practical requirements of running a large organization and the deeper vision that gave the work its meaning. Eric's children, Bjorn's grandchildren, represented the future of the preservation effort in ways both symbolic and practical. Young Astrid, now 15, showed the same insatiable curiosity about the past that had marked her grandfather's youth. But she combined it with a sophisticated understanding of the political and social forces that shaped the contemporary world. Her brother Magnus, named for the merchant who had been Bjorn's first collaborator, displayed a natural talent for languages and had already mastered Greek, Latin, Arabic, and several Slavic tongues, in addition to his native Norse. "Tell me about the early days," Astrid said one evening as they sat in Bjorn's study, the lights of Constantinople twinkling beyond the windows like earthbound stars. "When you first discovered the Codex in Raven's Hollow, did you have any idea it would lead to all this?" Bjorn smiled, remembering his younger self standing in that small temple, overwhelmed by the responsibility that had been placed on his shoulders. "I saw only the immediate need," he said, "a collection of precious knowledge that seemed in danger of being lost. I had no grand vision, no master plan. I simply did what seemed necessary at each step." "But that's what made it work," Eric observed from his position near the fire, where he was reviewing reports from repositories across the network. "Because it grew organically, responding to real needs rather than trying to impose some theoretical framework. Because it adapted to local conditions rather than demanding uniformity." It was true, Bjorn reflected. The network's strength lay not in rigid central control, but in its flexibility, its ability to adapt to different circumstances while maintaining its essential character. Each repository reflected the particular needs and resources of its location, but all were connected by shared principles and common goals. The diversity of the network was evident in the reports that arrived each week. From Iceland came news of a monastery, where Christian monks were copying the ancient sagas with the same devotion they brought to biblical texts, finding in the old stories universal themes of courage, sacrifice, and redemption. From Kiev arrived word of a new school where young nobles learned both Norse and Slavic traditions, understanding that their heritage drew from multiple sources. From Sicily came descriptions of Norman churches decorated with scenes from Norse mythology, reinterpreted as allegories of Christian virtue. Each report told the same basic story. The culture that had once seemed doomed to extinction Wontias, not only surviving but flourishing, finding new forms and new expressions while maintaining its essential spirit. The synthesis that Bjorn had worked so hard to achieve was now happening naturally, organically, as people discovered that they could honor both their ancestors and their faith, both tradition and innovation. But success brought its own challenges. The network's reputation had attracted the attention of powerful figures who wanted to use its resources for their own purposes. Kings sought genealogical justification for territorial claims. Merchants wanted access to trade route information. Church officials hoped to find precedents for doctrinal positions. Each request had to be carefully evaluated to ensure that the network's scholarly integrity was maintained while still serving legitimate needs. There were also ongoing tensions within the network itself. Some repositories focused primarily on preservation, viewing their role as simply maintaining materials for future generations. Others emphasized active scholarship, using their collections to produce new knowledge and understanding. Still, others saw themselves primarily as educational institutions, training new generations of scholars and keepers. These different approaches sometimes led to conflicts over resources and priorities. Should limited funds be used to acquire new materials, or to better preserve existing collections? Should repositories share their most precious items with other centers, or keep them secure in their original locations? Should the network maintain strict scholarly standards, or make its resources more accessible to general audiences? Bjorn had learned that these tensions were not problems to be solved, but dynamics to be managed. The network's strength came partly from its diversity, from the different perspectives and approaches that its various components brought to the common enterprise. His role as the senior keeper was not to impose uniformity, but to facilitate communication and cooperation, to help resolve conflicts when they arose, and to maintain the shared vision that gave meaning to all their individual efforts. The most significant challenge facing the network was the question of succession and continuity. Bjorn was now in his 70s, still vigorous but increasingly aware of his mortality. The network had grown far beyond what any single person could manage, but it still depended heavily on the relationships and reputation he had built over decades of work. How could the organization maintain its coherence and effectiveness when its founder was no longer there to provide leadership and guidance? The answer, he had come to believe, lay not in finding a single successor, but in developing multiple centers of leadership and expertise. Each major repository needed to be capable of independent operation while maintaining connections to the larger network. Each region needed scholars and administrators who could carry forward the work without constant supervision from Constantinople. Each new generation needed to understand not just the techniques of preservation, but the vision and values that gave the work its deeper meaning. This was why the evening conversations with his grandchildren were so important to Bjorn. Astrid and Magnus represented the future of the preservation effort, but they would face challenges and opportunities that he could not fully anticipate. They would need to adapt the network's methods and structures to new circumstances while maintaining its essential character and purpose. "What worries you most about the future?" Magnus asked one evening, displaying the directness that seemed to characterize his generation. Bjorn considered the question carefully. "People will forget why this work matters," he said finally. "That they will see preservation as an end in itself, rather than a means to something larger. The goal is not just to save old books and artifacts, it's to maintain the connection between past and future, to ensure that each generation can learn from those who came before while still being free to create something new." "And what gives you the most hope?" Astrid asked. "That the work has become larger than any individual," Bjorn replied. "When I first started, everything depended on a few people making the right choices at the right times. Now, there are hundreds of scholars and keepers throughout the network, thousands of people who understand the importance of preservation, entire communities that have embraced the responsibility of maintaining their cultural heritage. The flame has been kindled in so many places that it can never be completely extinguished." As if to illustrate his point, a messenger arrived that evening with news from the western reaches of the network. A new repository had been established in Bergen, with support from the Norwegian royal court and connections to scholars in Iceland and the Faroe Islands. The facility would specialize in maritime traditions and Atlantic exploration, complementing the terrestrial focus of the eastern repositories. The Bergen repository was significant, not just for its geographical location, but for what it represented about the network's evolution. It had been established entirely through local initiative, with minimal involvement from Constantinople. The founders had used the network's established methods and standards, but they had adapted them to their own particular needs and circumstances. Most importantly, they had done all this while maintaining full communication and cooperation with the existing repositories. This was exactly the kind of development that gave Bjorn confidence about the network's future. The preservation effort was becoming self-sustaining, generating its own leadership and resources, adapting to new challenges and opportunities without losing sight of its fundamental purpose. But there were also signs of new challenges on the horizon. Political tensions were increasing throughout Europe as various kingdoms consolidated their power and expanded their territories. Religious authorities were becoming more systematic in their efforts to eliminate pagan influences from Christian societies. The great trade routes that had facilitated the network's expansion were becoming more dangerous as warfare and piracy increased. Most troubling of all, there were reports of a new kind of threat: organized efforts to destroy or suppress the network's activities. Some religious extremists viewed cultural preservation as a form of heresy, a way of keeping alive traditions that should be allowed to die. Some political authorities saw the network's cross-border activities as a threat to their sovereignty. Some scholars resented the network's success and influence, viewing it as competition for resources and recognition. These threats would require new strategies and new forms of organization. The informal network of personal relationships that had served the preservation effort in its early stages would need to be supplemented by more formal structures and procedures. The work was becoming too important and too visible to depend entirely on goodwill and voluntary cooperation. Bjorn had already begun working with his colleagues to develop more robust systems of governance and coordination. Regional councils would provide local leadership while maintaining connections to the larger network. Formal agreements would establish the rights and responsibilities of different repositories. Emergency procedures would ensure that precious materials could be protected during times of crisis. But perhaps most importantly, the network would need to become more sophisticated in its approach to political and religious sensitivities. The early days of operating in the shadows were over. The preservation effort was now too large and too successful to remain hidden. This meant learning to work openly within existing power structures while maintaining the independence necessary to serve scholarly rather than political goals. The ceremony took place on a crisp autumn morning in 1055, exactly 40 years after Bjorn had first discovered the ancient codex in Raven's Hollow's temple. The great hall of the Constantinople archive was filled with representatives from repositories throughout the network, scholars and administrators who had traveled from as far away as Iceland and Kiev to witness the formal transition of leadership to a new generation. Astrid Bjornsdottir stood before the assembled crowd, her hand resting on the original codex that had started it all, preparing to take the oath that would make her the archive's new chief keeper. At 25, she was younger than her grandfather had been when he first accepted the responsibility of preservation. But she brought to the role a sophistication and preparation that reflected the network's evolution over the decades. "I swear by all that is sacred," she began, her voice carrying clearly through the hall, "to preserve and protect the knowledge entrusted to my care, to serve the cause of truth and understanding, to maintain the connections that bind past to future, and to pass on to those who come after me the wisdom and responsibility that have been passed to me." The words were traditional, drawn from oaths that had been taken by keepers throughout the network's history. But they carried special weight coming from someone who represented both continuity and change. Astrid had been trained in the old methods, but she also brought new ideas and new energy to the work. She understood both the network's achievements and its limitations, both its strengths and the challenges it would face in the years ahead. Bjorn watched the ceremony with mixed emotions: pride in what had been accomplished, confidence in the future leadership, but also a natural sadness at stepping back from work that had defined his entire adult life. He was not retiring completely. He would continue his research and writing, continue to serve as an advisor and mentor. But the daily responsibility for the network's operations would now rest with younger hands. The transition had been planned carefully over several years, with Astrid gradually taking on more responsibility while working closely with her grandfather to understand not just the technical aspects of preservation, but the vision and values that gave the work its deeper meaning. She had spent time at repositories throughout the network, learning how different communities had adapted the basic principles to their own circumstances. She had worked with political and religious authorities, understanding the delicate balance required to maintain the network's independence while serving legitimate social needs. But perhaps most importantly, Astrid had demonstrated her ability to think beyond preservation to the larger questions of how knowledge should be organized, shared, and used. Under her leadership, the network would not just maintain what had been accomplished, but continue to evolve and grow, finding new ways to serve the cause of cultural understanding and human wisdom. The ceremony concluded with presentations from each of the major repositories, reports on their activities and plans that demonstrated the network's continued vitality and expansion. From Novgorod came news of a new project to document the traditional crafts of the northern forests. From Bergen arrived word of expeditions to record the oral traditions of the Greenland settlements. From Kiev came descriptions of a new school where young diplomats learned the historical background necessary for effective international relations. Each report reinforced the same fundamental truth. The preservation network had become more than just a collection of libraries and archives. It had become a living system for maintaining and transmitting human knowledge, a way of ensuring that the wisdom of the past remained available to inform the decisions of the future. But the reports also revealed new challenges and opportunities that would require fresh thinking and innovative approaches. The expansion of trade and exploration was creating opportunities to document previously unknown cultures and traditions. The development of new technologies was making it possible to preserve and copy materials more efficiently and accurately. The growth of urban centers was creating new audiences for cultural and historical knowledge. At the same time, political and religious pressures were intensifying in many regions. The consolidation of royal power was making some authorities more suspicious of cross-border activities. The standardization of religious practice was creating pressure to suppress local variations and traditions. The growth of formal education was sometimes competing with traditional forms of knowledge transmission. These challenges would require the network to become more sophisticated in its operations while remaining true to its fundamental principles. Astrid and her generation would need to find new ways to balance preservation with adaptation, independence with cooperation, scholarly integrity with practical relevance. The evening after the ceremony, as the visitors began to depart and normal operations resumed, Bjorn found himself alone in his study with the three people who would shape the network's future. Astrid, now the chief keeper, her brother Magnus, who would serve as the primary liaison with external authorities, and their cousin Eric the Younger, who would manage the network's expanding educational programs. "What advice do you have for us?" Astrid asked, settling into the chair she had occupied so many times during their evening conversations. What should we remember as we take on these responsibilities? Bjorn considered the question, thinking back over 4 decades of preservation work, remembering the successes and failures, the moments of triumph and the periods of doubt. Remember that you are servants, not masters, he said finally. The knowledge you preserve does not belong to you. It belongs to all humanity, to past and future generations alike. Your job is to be faithful custodians, to ensure that what has been entrusted to your care remains available for those who need it. Remember that preservation is not the same as ossification, he continued. Living cultures must be allowed to grow and change, to adapt to new circumstances while maintaining their essential character. Your role is to provide the foundation that makes healthy change possible, not to prevent all change from occurring. Remember that you are part of something larger than any individual or institution, he added. The network's strength comes from cooperation and mutual support, from the understanding that we are all working toward the common goals even when our immediate tasks are different. And remember that the work is never finished, he concluded. Each generation faces new challenges and opportunities, new threats to cultural preservation, and new possibilities for cultural transmission. Your job is not to solve all problems forever, but to do your part well, and to prepare others to continue the work when your time is done. The conversation continued late into the night, covering everything from practical administrative matters to the deepest philosophical questions about the nature and purpose of cultural preservation. But gradually, the focus shifted from the past to the future, from what had been accomplished to what remained to be done. Astrid spoke of her plans to expand the network's educational programs, to make its resources more accessible to scholars and students throughout the region. Magnus described his vision for improved coordination between repositories, for better systems of communication and resource sharing. Eric outlined his ideas for new forms of cultural documentation, ways of preserving not just written materials, but the full range of human cultural expression. As Bjorn listened to their plans and dreams, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction and completion. The work he had begun in a small temple in Raven's Hollow had grown into something far larger and more important than he had ever imagined possible. But more importantly, it had taken root in new minds and hearts, ensuring that it would continue to grow and evolve long after he was gone. The flame of preservation was burning brighter than ever, tended by new hands, but guided by the same fundamental commitment to maintaining the connection between past and future. The last keeper had become the first of many, and the work would continue, world without end, as long as human beings valued wisdom and sought to learn from those who had gone before. The new keepers were ready to accept their burden and transform it into their gift. The network would continue to expand and evolve, meeting new challenges and serving new needs, but always guided by the same principles that had shaped its founding. The belief that knowledge is precious, that wisdom must be preserved, and that each generation has a responsibility to pass on to the next the best of what it has received from those who came before. The circle was complete, but it was also beginning anew. The last keeper's work was done, but the work of keeping would continue forever, carried forward by new voices, sustained by new hearts, illuminated by the eternal flame of human curiosity and the endless desire to understand, to remember, and to preserve what is most precious in the great adventure of human existence.